Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Kasperzak. And, well, what a result yesterday. I mean, clearly the jury's favorite was Sweden, but the people's choice was Finland. Well, we're not doing a Eurovision wrap-up. We're here at the Fiber Festival. I fooled you for a second, maybe. So welcome to day 2 of the Fiber Festival's Symposium, Fragments. So we're looking at, yesterday we had a wonderful sessions with a wide range of people talking about basically how we're surviving in this fragmented world and how we can coalesce in different ways and work together in new kinds of assemblies. I learned something new yesterday, FFF, the triple F, instead of flora, fauna, and fungi. And also some new strategies for how we could come together. So I think that's, of course, really important in these times. Today we're taking a journey through 3 different panels. We're going to be looking at, again, a wide range of topics, machine learning, energy communities, how we use tools, a bit of Web3, because of course we have to talk about that, air that out. And we'll be looking at different ways that we can work together, but also some of the tensions. So we'll be trying to go into not just the easy feel-good stuff, but also some of the pain points, how we can overcome them, how we can overcome the worst parts of human nature to actually make a difference in our troubled world. So without anything too much further as introduction, since we already kicked off with a nice introduction from festival director Jarl Schulp yesterday, we'll dive right into our first panel, grounding instruments. And every panel today is hybrid, actually. And so we have some guests on the screen. We have some guests in real life and here on the comfy couches. And we also have volunteers roaming with microphones, so when it is Q&A time, we can take questions from the audience. I have to ask you to wait for your microphone, please, if you have a question. And we'll also be, of course, having a inter-panel discussion here on the couches. So I'd like to call Sean Cubitt, our first speaker, up onto the screen. I'm going to try to do a magic trick. There he is. My magic is not working. There he is. Welcome, Sean.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi. I'm not going to introduce you. I'm going to let you introduce yourself and dive into your topic. Is that all right?
That's great. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thanks for.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
All right. Thanks for inviting me. I'm beaming in from Melbourne, Australia. And it's become all too familiar to be online and talking to a screen. Sorry about that. I'd much rather be in Amsterdam, but yeah, them's the breaks. The Fiber team asked me to talk a little about a book I've got coming out in about 3 or 4 weeks called Truth. And so I'll start with a few snippets from the tail end of that. Truth becomes an object of fascination in the post-truth era, in the same way that nature becomes fascinating only after it's dead. Technology is comprised of ancestors and nature of gods. Humans are performed by gods and ancestors just as much as humans perform them. Truth is in play because it's perpetually deferred and we don't have any choice but to go chasing after it. And truth is worthless if it doesn't care. Which kind of sums up the book. It'll save you the sort of 30 guilders or euros for the price of it. As Walter Benjamin wrote, and possibly even quicker way of saying all of this, even the dead will not be safe from the enemy if the enemy is victorious. We care for the past. We care for the past only when we propel it forward, transformed into the future. Now, Helen is going to be showing us some real ways to work with the tools at our disposal. And what fascinates me most about her presentation is that she'll be looking at how to build a commons that isn't exclusively about human commons. Michelle and I were talking earlier about the endless return and fascination of cooperative work from the squatting movement through to blockchain. We're constantly hailing ourselves back into this community, but we never quite build it, partly, I think, because we do not build it with all of the people and energies that are involved. I'm going to talk a lot about ancestors. I think Helen will be talking a lot about our non-human biological bodies. But I'm going to talk here in a rather abstract language of theory about a history that starts with something that most of you will find very familiar, the notion of the general intellect. This was Marx's idea of all the accumulated knowledge and skills that go into what he called at a certain point dead labor. And he said all of our technologies are a coagulated, concrete, privatized collection of ancestral knowledges and wisdom. And I talked about this to Mari, filmmaker friend of mine, and he said, that's the difference between you Pakeha, you white people, and us. We know the names of our ancestors. And it really struck me that that is what the general intellect tells us about. It is about the accumulation of ancestral knowledge and wisdom into all of our technologies, including the one I'm using right now, language, but also code, logic, mathematics, all of which are ours, accumulated. No single one of us ever made them. Secondly, however, I want to stress something that has been coming up more and more in ecological thought, and it's the idea of a general cognition. Underneath the intellect, there is a set of built-in bodily reactions which constitute our relationship with the world, which we're not conscious of, and which we share with non-human others, most obviously with, for example, plants, but also non-living things. There's sort of intelligence that allows a river to experience its banks and the rocks to experience the river, and the river god to nurture and occasionally devastate its denizens. And then finally, the general imagination, by which I mean something which is based on the image, that's to say the images that everything has of everything else, the image the sun has of Venus, the image that Sirius has of Betelgeuse, but also all the sensory, all the senses that exceed what humans can sense, all the things that are sensed by animals and plants, that are sensed by mountains. When Aldo Leopold says, for example, only a mountain has been around long enough to make a judgment about the howling of wolves, he's thinking about how a mountain listens in that great book, How to Think Like a Mountain. We have to learn to think with our others, including our ancestral others, all the sensory techniques that we have accumulated from the history of our ancestors. Now, the general imagination is kind of strange because it's not something that exists. It is something that of a project. It is oriented towards the future because it is constantly transforming whatever it is we've inherited, in the same way that every act of speaking inherits a language, but transforms it and gets it to perform some new thing, some new trajectory into the future. Now, when we're dealing with artificial intelligence, these things come in a slightly different order, and I think they need a different name, and I'm going to call them instrumental. There is instrumental cognition when our the controlled sensors that we use are instructed only to count whole numbers and not to look at anything that exceeds what can be enumerated. There is an instrumental intellect. It is composed of processing and algorithms that are instructed to produce only the kind of knowledge that the military, financial corporations, and governments want. And there is no such thing as an instrumental imagination, because all of those systems, the sensing systems and the processing systems, enslave ancestors. They force them to do a job of work for profit and in the interests of control. So it's restricted to counting and to colonial techniques of capture and harvesting data. And then it's given these monstrously stupid things to do, like passing a Turing test. Why build the world's most complex artificial intelligence and the only job they have to do is to fool a human being? That is such a waste of ancestral knowledge. The question then is, what would happen if we set loose our ancestors? The problem is that we've kept them locked up for centuries, sometimes longer. And there is a very, very great risk that the ancestors may be mad. The alternative, however, is even worse, because the other risk is that we keep them locked up and we make them serve the interests of species suicide at the hands of corporate capital that doesn't want to change its pursuit of profit and its endless greed, and has no intention of opening up any kind of future other than the end. And the end is really where I want to begin, for the next few minutes at least. Ever since Rachel Carson's Silent Spring in 1962, we have been shifting away from alternative forms of the end, such as nuclear holocaust or HIV/AIDS, into a new ecological posthumous taxonomy of shock, dread, and resignation. The end is all too possible for us to imagine now in the 21st century. It's not science fiction anymore. The logical outcome of environmental tendencies are dangling in front of our faces like some kind of demented lucky charm hanging on the dashboard of your car. There are some things we can't change, the inevitable heat death of the universe, and there are things we will not change, the inevitable catastrophe at the level of species and planet. And against this impending terminus, we must create culture in new formations, and they turn out to be alternately frenetic, melancholic, visionary, and they're often about places and times that have no humans in them, whether that's in wildlife documentaries or in more than human music, especially the kind that is not completed yet and perhaps will not be in the lifetime of our species. Now, I want to place this in another context to say that, especially from here in the settler colony of Australia, from the point of view of the colonized, the worst has already happened, and it continues happening. Now we are all facing the same damn thing. It is like invasion that occurred here in the 18th century and in the Americas in the 16th century. That invasion has started for all of us. We have been invaded by the forces of climate change, and we're in the place where the colonized have been for all those centuries. We are living in what Gérald Wiesenthal calls survivance, He's a Métis indigenous thinker. And he uses the word survivance, which instead of surviving, it's living on after. Michelle Murphy calls it the alter life rather than the afterlife. The colonial catastrophe of epidemics and land clearances, genocide and habitat loss, and the replacement of indigenous people by slaves and indentured laborers and the transported poor continues to force survivance, living on after, living otherwise on First Nations. And now we are facing the same damn thing. The struggle to stop the end is going to be political, but the struggle to find ways of surviving is cultural. And it must include both nature and our ancestors. I was going to try and share screen here, but I don't think I will. So imagine, if you will, an 11.4 centimeter long piece of bone with 3 holes pierced in it, and it's hollow. We will never know what went through the minds of the Neanderthal who made a flute, discovered in the 1990s in a Slovenian cave from the femur of a now extinct cave bear around 50,000 years ago, or roughly when the first Australians arrived in this continent. Ecological thought, especially the notion of a general imagination, suggests that music vibrates throughout the world as harmonies and dissonances and rhythms and tonalities, and that music discovered humans rather than the other way around. This bone was separated from a carcass, it was cleaned, it was carved, so the animal was pretty definitely dead when this happened. One of the few things we can really say for definite about it. Cave bears would not have made a sound like a flute. They probably made grunts and roars like a modern bear. A flute couldn't imitate a bear. Instead, they are breathing life into an inanimate thing that somehow perhaps reanimates the creature after its death. We can't say what that would have meant at the time. It's difficult enough to try and imagine what music means now. But there seems good reason to think that there in the cave at Divya Babba, the player and perhaps the listeners would have felt some more than ordinary reverberation. Let's call it magic. Music escapes the taxonomies of living and dead, breathing and inert, but without creating a clear and definite meaning. Music is an excess of meaning. It brings back memories we never had and emotions we've never felt before. Spooky, magical, and unstable hinterland at the borders of intellect, language, senses, and world. Maybe the Neanderthal flute maker may have identified this threshold as a line between living and dead. Certainly that is a myth that through Pinocchio and Pygmalion and the Golem goes back all the way up now to the thrill of interfacing with an AI, takes us back to the force of divine creation, of breathing anima, the breath or the soul, into bone or silicon or clay. That is a story that's older than the written word. The flute's role may very likely have been to negotiate with the dead. A death of an ancestor who happened to be a bear. Something about that discomforting articulation of living and dead still hovers over contemporary self-operating systems. And we can hear it in things of all kinds. Kepler, one of the founding figures of astronomy, imagined the geometry of the planets as a universal harmony that was inaudible to human ears. contemporary musicians, like in the wake of John Cage, like Barry Truax, also decenter us from anthropocentric listening. The play of meaning and form, formless and meaningless, also dissolves the living and dead, conscious, non-conscious boundaries. Music invites us to listen to the world even as it immerses itself in us, because our bodies are also sounding instruments. Now, we're used to recording, and playback is an odd fragmentation because it displaces things in time, rather like a Zoom call displaces people in space. Playback is deferred to some future moment after the act of recording. Was something similar going on with that Neanderthal flute? Now, back to Kepler. Rules have been used for centuries to produce fugues and other kinds of music. The difference in computer-generated music is the algorithms that have to be produced with logical instructions. That is to say, with a set of ideas and skills and techniques that have been handed on to us by our ancestors. Now, Laurie Spiegel used Kepler's maths as the instruction set for her composition Harmonia Mundi. She was combining logic and maths. She was drawing on the deep legacy of rational systems. She was drawing on the English language, Latin, in fact, for the title and the name Kepler. She was drawing on C++. Through millennia of the general intellect, language, maths, and logic are the places where we can still meet our ancestors. But Spiegel's instructions, rather like the bone flute, accumulate from the past in order to defer its completion into some later future. Making the flute defers playing it until some point when you've finished making it. Setting up an instruction set to play the Harmonia Mundi defers its playback until things are ready. Now, the two Voyager satellites that left Earth in 1977 and left the solar system between 2012 and 2018 both carry a copy of Spiegel's Harmonia Mundi. Quote, for the benefit of any other spacefarers that might find them in the distant future. That's from NASA. It's designed to be heard in the far reaches of space to make life on Earth decipherable to unimaginably alien beings. And they evoke two attitudes towards the future, one of hope and one of melancholy. Now, the melancholy is easy enough to understand. The records are going to be played long after Earth is but a star that once has shone. The human race was extinct and our planet denuded of life. But the premise is also that there will be other consciousnesses that in some indefinite future can reconstruct our existence from the recordings. The unlearned lesson of Voyager is that we cannot bequeath the past to our posthumous interlocutors, those aliens on the far spaceways and the back end of the galaxy. We must bequeath them an open, unimaginable future. That's what we mean by hope. Now, I think I want to skip over stuff here, but I want to just get back to this imagination of the end. If we are sounding beings who are sounded by the world as well as sounding in it, if we are not wholly and exclusively here, but we are also drawing from the past and projecting ourselves into the future, then there are a few things that actually come back to haunt us. the imagination of the end that haunts Anthropocene cultures has a dreadful implication that violent weather systems and burning landscapes are in some degree aware that they are implicated in a planetary tragedy. And that's an awful thought and a desperate responsibility we bear. When cognition and affect are no longer limited to consciousness, that precious human thing, even in the absence of observers, even in the gradually dissipating cosmos as a whole, some vibrations from the deep past we fondly imagine will continue to reverberate in a cooling universe. In the general imagination, media persist beyond the lifespan of species, planet, even of the universe. Let's call them posthumous media. What kind of being is this no longer post-human, but posthumous human? One that has learned to see itself from the outside as an object, but because it can see itself from the outside, can exceed itself. Just as language speaks the speaking subject, so humans are not only subjects who gaze, but objects of the gaze in an expanded field, a gaze as a visual field of the world, whose center we fool ourselves into believing we are when we exercise scientific or male or colonial gaze as mastery. Not only are we sounding and sounded objects, the world sounds through us, living and dead. This posthumous condition allows us, as survivants, to inhabit and be inhabited by a world without forcing it to be our object or ourselves to be its center. We cannot be central because this human subject is already dead. The subject of science, masculinity, colonialism is already over. Without imitating or stealing the skills of survivance developed in response to colonialism by people whom God knows we have looted enough from, we continue to visit the possibility for inhabiting, even though the worst has already happened. We make posthumous media as talismans against the long dark we imagine will come after us, but which has actually already started. We train ourselves to hear posthumously so that we can hear ecologically, without ears and without brains. That is how we learn to be true, how to care for what happens after the end. And I shall stop there. Well, thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Well, a lot of food for thought there, but I think we're going to hang on to all of our burning questions for now, and we're going to invite Helen Pritchard to the podium. There she is, and she's going to be talking about energy communities, I think. So welcome, Helen.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
And thank you to you too, Sean, as well. So I want to say good morning, but it's actually already the afternoon. So good afternoon, everybody. It's really lovely to be with you in this space, and I hope that you have a cozy afternoon together. And my name's Helen Pritchard. I am organising together with the group Regenerative Energy Communities, who I'm going to talk about today. I'm also instituting with the Institute for Technology in the Public Interest. And I'm also a professor and head of research at the Basel Academy of Art and Design in Switzerland. So the Regenerative Energy Communities project, which is undertaken together with my comrades here, Eric Snodgrass, Daniel Gustafsson and Miranda Moss, who you can see in these images, was really a project that came out of us wanting to kind of shift our own practices and the paradigms in which we were working in. And I think there's some crossovers here to some of the things that Sean was bringing up in his talk around a kind of desire to shift into a different type of feeling the world, of being involved in world-feeling practices, different modes of being able to listen, practice with material resistances, and in a way in which we could start to organise forms of resistance differently. And all of us, we were really working between things like computational practices. Some of us had been thinking about critiques of things like smart cities. With Titipai, we'd been working on counter-cloud practices, also kind of working in design for environmental practices and different types of kind of media otherwise. And I think all of us, we'd really been kind of almost trained in this particular queer feminist technoscience approach to look at the kind of perceived center of power, to look at a particular infrastructure, to study it, to try to understand its relations, in order to try to think about how we could remake it differently. And that was the kind of starting point for our practices. And so kind of during the kind of beginning part of the COVID pandemic, we kind of were thinking, we were kind of reflecting really on this, what had become a kind of method. And together we kind of thought, okay, well, what might it mean to actually really start somewhere different? What might it mean to not actually always be in this reactive mode in which we try to kind of remake computational practices or environmental practices in relation to these perceived centers of power? What might it mean if we really tried to actually generate a completely different paradigm of theorizing around energy, computation, and agricultural practices? And also, most importantly, what might it mean if we could just get to hang out together for about 4 years on a farm to do the thinking? So how might we have a really, really different embodied practice? And so this was really the kind of starting point for us with the Regenerative Energy Communities Project. And at the heart of it as well is that we'd also collectively been working with different activist groups, organising in relation to fossil fuel infrastructures and some of the struggles and resistances around those. And again, we really wanted to try to think through a kind of practice which would really bring to the fore how we could address the inequalities that fossil fuel culture brings with it. And at the same time, as Sean mentioned, we were also working like collectively in different types of kind of like multi-species thinking in human geographies, non-human geographies. And I think as well, this was also part of the project that we really felt like those had also in some ways reached their kind of limit. You know, the simple idea that you could just become with grass really also wasn't getting us any further in our kind of addressing inequalities, in our types of resistances that we need as we see the countries that we're living in kind of enter into these fascialization processes. So this is really the kind of context in which we came together, together often with many other comrades that we're working with. So in particular, one of the ways in which we've been thinking about the Regenerative Energy Communities Project is to think about what type of grounded practices might we bring to this work. And in particular, how might this really think about a space-time in which we can open paths and possibilities in order to build a kind of politics of action that sometimes might be kind of premised on very queer forms of action, like sleeping, lying down, depression, crying, but also kind of thinking through these plural modes and the way in which we might transcend and generate more place-based relations, yet at the same time really working to kind of destroy those colonial narratives around place, around land, and around resources. And in particular, thinking with some of the practices and theorizing from Glenn Coulthard and Leanne Simpson around grounded normativity. So the project itself, we're based between Switzerland and Sweden, and we are hosted and collaborating with a group of feminist farmers in Sweden. And it's a kind of disused urban plot, which the council have donated or rented very cheaply to a collective. On that plot, there's many, many different organizations and collectives who are experimenting with different types of practices of regenerative, agroecological, feminist farming. And the project itself is really coming out of a pedagogy of environmental practice. And so it's been already running for around 5 years before we started working with them. And part of our group, they were kind of involved also in setting up this space. And so our premise was really kind of what would it mean if we could rethink infrastructure from soil? What would it mean to think about computation if we started with soil? What would it mean to think about energy infrastructures if we started from soil? What would that look like? And how could we, as a kind of feral motley crew of computational researchers, even go about that? And so for the last few years, we've been working with the feminist farmers to really get inside these agroecological practices and to really think about how they might be taken up into the work that we're doing, in which we are attempting to make crossings between energy and agriculture practices. And so you can see here in this picture, the farm is also a site in which we're running kind of learning events. That's also a site which I'll talk a bit more about, where we're farming plants with the imaginary of like how can you prototype an energy garden or an energy farm. So really kind of what's become more and more key to the project is an engagement with pedagogy. And this is really informed by a lot of abolitionist work, which we are really deeply indebted to in the project. In abolition practices, there's the kind of saying of, you know, safety might not be a prison, or it isn't a prison. It actually could be a community farm, right? So this is one of their imaginaries. Or safety isn't a prison, it's a community learning program. And so this is something that we've really held close as we've tried to imagine kind of what might it mean to shift our relationship towards each other in these ecologies of energy and agriculture. And in particular, what's been very informing for the work has been to think with the writer Jackie Alexander and her book, Pedagogies of Crossing. So for Alexander, she describes the pedagogies of crossing as something given, as in handed, revealed, as in breaking through, transgressing, disrupting, displacing, inverting inherited concepts and practices, those psychic, analytic, and organizational methodologies we deploy to know what we believe we know, so as to make different conversations and solidarities possible. As both an epistemic and ontological project, bound to our beingness and therefore akin to Ferrier's formulation of pedagogy as an indispensable methodology. And so, in a way, in the project, we've been trying to think about what might it mean to develop a pedagogy of crossing to get our hands into energy, when energy infrastructure seems like something as giant as, you know, the big tech infrastructure that's organizing our life, when we imagine energy as just something that's a plug in the wall. And so part of this, we've been running weekly open labs. And the open lab space is really a space in which discussions on a more kind of looser relationship to energy can begin. And different people can come and propose events to happen in the space. But it's also a space in which we started to prototype what kind of regenerative futures we might need. Also, as part of this pedagogical approach, we've been working with different community groups based in the area surrounding the farm, trying to think together about the complexity of creating these transitional infrastructures. And so last year we ran, together with a group called Hof's Leafs, a long workshop around what it might mean to de-asphalt a car park. And this was a car park that had been, I think it was 300 years a farm, 10 years a car park. But the reason that it had been 300 years a farm was because the site that it was on a really kind of huge Swedish former prison. Mainly people socialized as women, many like queer women were imprisoned in there. So what does it really mean to kind of think about the complexity of both doing kind of local agroecological work, of rethinking infrastructure, and how can we hold that as we kind of imagine what types of futures we might need, what kind of modes of queer survival we might want to engage with. In particular, we've been really thinking about what does it mean to kind of come alive to the possibilities of energy. And in a way, like lots of the previous work that we've been involved in, had been really thinking about the ways in which the kind of energy and matter of the earth had been figured and visualized, or the instruments that we've used to kind of frame or figure the earth as ready as a resource for extraction. And so one of the things that we've been kind of experimenting with or developing as part of our kind of loose energy curriculum is to think about a kind of queer geochemical practice in which we might really rethink the types of relations that we have, the types of instruments, the types of feeling and sensing of the kind of earth and matter of this planet. As part of this project, it's really committed to also what types of social transformation do we need, can we be involved in, and can we activate? And thinking that really across kind of like a range of scales. And some of the work that we've been doing has been really kind of like thinking about what does it mean to kind of put the means of producing energy in a way to also think about what Marx termed a kind of cooperative public interest, like what would that type of energy infrastructure look like? Running things like microbial fuel workshops with queer families, where we're looking at the ways in which things like kombucha, kefir, other types of like urine, all of these waste, so-called waste products might be able to generate small amounts of microenergy. And a really key part of this project is that we're really working with really small amounts of energy generation in the work that we're doing, in a way of a kind of like tuning or feeling. So the amount of energy that we're producing in these prototypes might be able to power something tiny like an LED or a small low-powered music synthesizer, but they're not something that's like kind of working towards this like techno-solutionist space. So we really see the project as like opening up a kind of cultural imaginary of working with energy and kind of nurturing the kind of collective creative life that we might need to be able to imagine our renewable futures differently. As I said previously, we're working in the context of Sweden. And for those of you who might be aware that there's been a kind of long-term land struggle in the northern parts of Sweden in Sami territory over the extraction of many of the minerals that are used in large-scale wind turbines. And as a project, we're really committed to renewable energy. But we also see, as like many other scholars in energy have observed, that now is the moment in which we can push in to a really, really different imagination of renewables and creative life. And in some ways, the kind of fixation on the wind turbine as the only alternative possible way to reorganize our relationship to energy, we've really been thinking about the ways in which that spinny, that kind of figure of the turbine just keeps on spinning racial capitalism. It just keeps it going, and the modes of extraction, the types of life that it's there to support. And so we're really trying to think between what does it mean to not argue for the reduction of life, right, or the kind of monitoring of energy and the reduction of life through a kind of imagination which you measure communities' energy use, for example, and to keep a kind of like queer, abundant flourishing when we think about energy communities. And at the same time, to kind of resist a future in which the fossil fuel economy keeps going as it turns into an equally extractive renewable economy. And we've been working a lot with Cassandra Troyan and Fred Carter, who are good comrades and friends of regenerative energy communities, to think through what it might mean to really ground this practice. And a small fact is that 8 out of 9 mines that are being opened in the north of Sweden are on Sami territory. And that's only going to increase with the discovery of the so-called critical technology metals. So how might we ground and recognize a relationship to the land, to reckon with the terrains of struggle and the terrains of domination, to ground an attempt to grasp landscapes of capital as a lived terrain, saturated in petroleum, exhausted by the metabolisms of industrial exploitation. To ground is to dig where you stand, doing research on the job. To ground is to study together, in the field, in the thick of the struggle. And if we think about who is imagining the future of renewables right now, actually one of the biggest players in that imaginary is the big tech industry. And this is also something we've been looking at with the Institute for Technology in the Public Interest. The way in which big tech and cloud infrastructures are kind of just completely monopolizing a kind of monoculture of imagination for how we might survive, proceed, transition. And in particular, these are just like a few recent screenshots. So the big tech companies are actually one of the biggest owners, funders, and developers of renewable technology. And part of their interest in that is, of course, because of the extreme resource heaviness of cloud infrastructures. And so what might it mean to kind of not only kind of think about renewables differently, but that becomes part of a kind of solidarity that we need in resisting all of these kind of like super hungry, resource-heavy, extractive infrastructures from energy right through to big tech. Also, of course, in the Swedish context, there's been a kind of like, the pressures of things like the energy crisis and so on. And also kind of politically, the move in Sweden towards a kind of rise, like in many places in Europe, of a kind of right-wing fascism, which is both explicitly rejecting renewables, but also kind of enforcing all types of renewed oppressions on queer life. So we don't just need like a renewable transition or an imaginary of like a different energy practice, the same way that we can't just address also the cloud with a kind of counter-cloud hacker technology. But instead, what we really need to think of is how we might actually get to the fundamental social transformations together. And so some of the practices that we've been trying to experiment are different types of regenerative prototyping. And so we've been working with developing everything that we're working on is kind of like contributing back to the soil. And so when we're imagining a kind of energy prototype, we're always asking ourselves, how does that regenerate the soil? How does that kind of nourish that local context in which we're working in? Some of the kind of past and continuing prototypes that we've been working on include, as I was saying, the microbial fuel cells, but also more recently a kind of reimagining of a wind turbine. And in particular, it's kind of materialities. So one of the practices that we've been doing is kind of living with and growing mushrooms and mycelium, and thinking about, well, what might it mean to have a kind of composting wind turbine? Something that would be made of mycelium and it could eventually kind of just compost back into the soil of a space or a farm. What might it mean to kind of prototype with wind in a really, really different set of relations than the kind of imaginary of the huge wind turbine and all of its extractive cultures that come along with it? So this question of what does soil prototype keeps kind of reoccurring for us. And in this space that we're working, we're also really working kind of in a way against like measurement or quantification, but also with it. And in some senses, also we're having to develop prototypes that can sense without numbers, because the types of energy that we're producing actually are often not able to be registered by a number, but can be kind of listened to, synthesized, made audio, made into light or sound. So in this space of soil prototyping, without the domination of quantification and scientific measurement, and without the kind of really dominant human-centered frameworks which we see in so many energy community practices, soil seems to be prototyping an eventuality of energy communities, one without resolve, but thick with creative inventiveness, regeneration, crossings, and the acknowledgement of practices of attentiveness and curiosity. The deep sedimentation of the site is scavenged and become present through these past, present, and future histories of the soil and its imaginaries. So what might it mean to prototype with wind, not as a kind of renewable resource, but as a symbiont or within a kind of symbiotic relationship? How might we kind of create a prototype, and this is one of the challenges that we set ourselves, that also could move away from the really dominant figure of renewables of just the spinny turbine. And so one of the projects that we've been working on is called Electric Field. And this prototype is made through materials that are gathered within a 6-mile radius from our studio. And it's using basically a way to harvest energy from crystals to generate enough sound to power a kind of low energy synthesizer. We've also been working with really thinking about what it might mean to plant power plants. And one in particular is the plant woad, which creates a very, very kind of rich indigo color. And it's something that can be used in creating kind of plant-based solar cells, for example. But other things that we're planting in the power plants section of the farm are things like onions, because onion skin also has a kind of energy harvesting property. Beetroot for also using in different kind of solar practices, as well as like the different materials that are being used in the prototypes. So the kind of at the heart of the Electric Field project, we were trying to think, okay, well, what could the structure be made of? And it needs to be something that we were thinking that was in this 6-mile radius or 6-kilometer radius, but also something perhaps that also needed attention or needed something doing to it. And around the lake where we're based, there's kind of hundreds of these kind of like common reeds that you'd see everywhere in Sweden. And actually this is something that really needs kind of tending to and caring to in order to kind of keep that ecology and the edges of the lake vibrant. And so we kind of thought, okay, we're basically just looking for something that would wobble. We had many kind of like walks around looking for the wobbly features that we need. And so we kind of foraged like a large amount of these reeds. And that forms the basis for the electric field contraption. And we started to think about, okay, if we plant this on the farm, what else can it do, right? It needs to go into the soil. And so the base of this device is infused with the oyster mushroom spores. So it can actually infuse into the soil as it's generating energy. The energy harvester, we're basically using piezo buzzers that you can salvage from like old mobile phones, smoke alarms. Actually, interestingly, one of these pictures is from a former smart city device I just noticed on here today. So they're basically found everywhere, and many people, of course, I think here would be using them, like as a contact mic or in other type of sound production. But if you reverse a piezo sensor, you basically generate energy rather than drawing it. So it's basically just crystal energy. That's what piezos are generating. And actually, like human bones are piezoelectric, teeth are piezoelectric, onion skins are piezoelectric. There's many things around us that have a kind of piezoelectric quality. So the electric field kind of generates a kind of set of multiple contraptions and devices that can generate small microscale amounts of energy, can be planted on a farm or can be kept can be also moved around and can be replanted and transplanted. But one of the things we were really kind of starting to realize as we were working on electric field is the way in which it was allowing us to feel the vibrations and the matter and energy from the earth in a way that was really, really different to when we held a kind of wind turbine in our hand or when we looked at like a set of numbers on a multimeter. And so for the electric field, we connected it together with some friends and comrades of ours with a really super low energy synthesizer circuit, which means that kind of collectives can come together. They can use the electric field to generate noise, or it can just be like on the farm generating sound and noise as a way to kind of understand how much of that energy is being generated. But it's also a way to kind of feel into the real material resistances, and a way to like reimagine what these kind of possible energy futures might be that aren't just kind of fixated on a fossil fuel sized turbine. So we might think of some of these kind of experiments, and we often joke that our project is like half of a 90s nightclub, half of like a teenager gathering in a car park, and half of like a huge e-waste cupboard that is always just like toppling onto us. But in this kind of like messy, stinky prototyping space, what kinds of transitional infrastructuralism, to use Laurent Ballant's term, are we generating? How might we be able to attend to the terms for transition in order to forge an imaginary for managing the meanwhile within the damage of life's perdurance, a meanwhile that is less an end or an ethical sense than it is a technical political heuristic that allows for ambivalence, not to destroy collective existence. How can we kind of work with these contraptions, these things, their promises, their claims, their imaginations, in a way in which we can be together, ambivalent, in our ambivalence, in our relationship with each other? And how might that actually help to transform our relationships with each other and the collectives that we work with? So really, simply said, in a way, part of a regenerative prototyping practice, or part of a transition infrastructuralism, is actually also coming to terms with what it means to work collectively, what it means to organize, and what it means to kind of take on what Laurent Ballant notes, that we're inescapably in relationship with other beings in the world, and we're continuously adjusting to them. So regenerative practice. Regenerative practice works with the complex arrangements of the everyday. It works with making or recovering knowledge within oppressive systems and how this knowledge can fortify us and our communities. And a big part of the project, and we're heavily indebted to the work of Black feminist farmers, Black feminist agroecologists, and that long history of that work. Regenerative practices also queer the geochemistries in which we might be able to design material resistances across scales, because how we understand and make sense of energy and how we practice with matter and energy shapes how we do what we do. And finally, regenerative practices asks you, what have you done about inequality today? And this is something that Dionne Brand recently said in a podcast. So she was recounting the moment where she's like walking down a corridor at work, or she's coming out and seeing her neighbor, and the way in which she'll say like, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? And she was suggesting, like, what would it actually look like if instead of saying, hi, how are you, which just allows kind of like whiteness and its oppressions to stay in place, what would it mean if you greeted someone in the corridor, or if you greeted your neighbor by saying, what have you done? What have you done today? What have you done about inequality today? And I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Wow. Well, so much inspiring material to cover. I certainly have a lot of questions. I think one thing I wanted to ask you right away, Helen, is about, you asked a question in your presentation, what kind of societal transformations do we need to activate? And I think you pointed towards some concrete answers, which was great. But maybe we can elaborate on that a little bit, especially I think for me it's interesting the way that your group is generating energy that doesn't do much. Mm-hmm. And I think that there's kind of something radical in that. Maybe we can unpack that a little bit. Just the idea that it goes against this, like, you know, there's the other extreme of this image of the kind of the off-grid living person that is totally self-sufficient, and it's often a kind of masculine image, and, you know, this, yeah. So it's in contrast to that, and it's quite fun and playful, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, thanks so much for picking up on that, because that's something that's really important to us in the project, is how we might like counter also this kind of prepperdom often far-right practice, right, of kind of energy, self-efficiency, which is also often really individual-based. Like, how does it kind of sustain the individual or the heteronormative family, for example? And so, yeah, all of those things in the project, the kind of vulnerabilities of energy and matter, a part of what we see as a kind of queer feminist or practice, or like a love theory of energy. Like, what does it mean to feel, care, be accountable, responsible in our relations with energy? And it is, I mean, I would say, like, we always have these discussions of like, are we instrumental or not? And actually, we're not agreed in the group, I would say, or we're instrumental for different things. And sometimes we also get really frustrated, and we're like, oh, we wish we could just make it right now. We wish we could just, like, you know, change the energy paradigm with these prototypes. But, you know, I think, yeah, really a kind of core commitment is this resistance of a glossy techno-optimism, a glossy kind of techno-solutionism. And in a way, you can really see how so much of the thinking in energy communities practices has been, hasn't really given space for like creative work with kind of rethinking or reimagining what that would be. And so what does it mean to kind of make space for those kind of messy, stinky moments together? And fun moments, yeah.
And fun moments. And I also think it's interesting, you know, there's this slew of apps and things to measure your consumption and to control your environment, and smart home technologies and all of these things that purport to give us kind of power over the energy that we use, or at least raise awareness. They might frame it as that. But there's something, I think, more poetic in the way that your group approaches this idea that you're creating small amounts, maybe unmeasurable amounts, or you don't measure. What comes from that idea? Does it then enable us to navigate a little bit more by feeling, or by a deeper kind of consciousness of what we're consuming?
Yeah, I think we've been really anti the reductionist paradigm. And actually, in a way, the project, we were always ranting about these smart city projects, which in a way bring in the kind of control mechanism of measurement and reduction, and like reduction of life for whom, right? This idea of like a universal reduction, you know, that doesn't take into account any of the kind of ways in which colonial or imperial oppression is like being articulated in fragments, I guess, in the way people are living. And so we've been really against the kind of reduction paradigm, whilst at the same time also really aware of the kind of breaching of the planetary limits. So it's also not a kind of a denial of that either, right? So how to kind of exist in that space. But yeah, it's interesting when we often is having conversations with people, and people always ask like, oh, can I charge my mobile phone? It's like the one thing that people want to do. It's like, oh, is that enough power to charge my mobile phone? And I find that like so fascinating, right? That actually, if you think about our relationship to each other through our kind of devices and our relationship to energy, like this kind of desire that the most important thing would be able to charge the mobile phone. So I think there's a kind of also a space in which the fact that you can't charge your mobile phone with these devices also does actually allow something else perhaps to like proliferate and flourish in terms of like how we think about it or how we feel it. And certainly I think for me as well, like really kind of I don't know, like feeling in a really different way. So the work that we've been doing with the synthesizers and the low energy synthesizers really kind of creates a really different relationship between that kind of space-time of energy, sound and listening. And I have this really like vivid memory of when we were in the car park and it was late at night and there was this kind of a small group of people like gathered around a microbial fuel cell with a kind of toy karaoke machine. And coming from it was this like kind of a like chirping, rumbling, kind of sputtering. And it really, there was this kind of moment in which it felt like the kind of stubbornness of our bodies, being on the car park at night, like listening to the kind of rumblings of these like past, present, and of ghosts of energy really that were kind of coming up in this sound.
Beautiful. Yeah, I also think a lot of people can't make sense of the measurable quantities we've made up anyways. Like, can anyone tell me what a kilowatt hour really like describes? I mean, or can anyone tell me like what a kilojoule is? Or, you know, I mean, there's all these kinds of, yes, okay, you can rationalize it. You can kind of go, oh yeah, I know what the prefix kilo means, you know, and these kinds of things. But feel it. You know what I mean? Like it's a kind of totally different relationship than to just name it in kind of quantitative sense. So, but what you said about the car park and the kind of the feeling the past and feeling the kind of rumblings, I think is a nice opening to bring Sean into the conversation. So, because you were talking about going back and forth through time, but also about truth and so this then, since we're abandoning measurement, where is the truth in things? It's about a feeling. It's about what we understand from what we've learned in the past and how we look towards the future. What would your comment be on these kinds of projects and movements, Sean?
I'm absolutely in awe of it. I said something really quite banal about these struggles are political, but they're also cultural. But then Helen's actually demonstrated that they're also agricultural and vermicultural, and the meanings of culture that were still circulating in what I was talking about are already sort of left in the dust by the practices that Helen and her group are developing. And I did love that expression about the ghost of energy. It just brought to mind Bob Dylan's line about the ghost of electricity. It's so much the case that the notion of individual responsibility for changing our, quote, carbon footprint, unquote, that individualist, consumerist concept was actually promulgated originally by British Petroleum as a marketing campaign. So it's part of your calibration of exactly how much of our product you are consuming and burning, but God forbid you would actually stop doing that. It also, of course, presumes you're a consumer in the first place. And as possibly the worst cyclone of the century is barreling in on Myanmar and Cox's Bazar in the south of Bangladesh, to think that somehow consumer choices, which are absolutely unavailable to, for example, the Rohingya refugees in southern Bangladesh, we know that they can't make a consumer choice that will make any damn difference to a world that has been deliberately and artificially created over a period of almost 50 years now by corporate capital in order precisely to destroy redundant populations like that. So to say that they're in some way responsible for riding the wrong kind of bicycle is that's worse than farcical. But what I think is so wonderful about this presentation that Helen's just done is that the notion of a queer geochemistry is a clear practice which is, I suppose, extends a concept of what I might have grown up thinking about as art in the era of kind of performance art and activist art. This is actually extending that and making it probably a great deal more vibrant than a lot of the stuff we see in biennials at the moment. More power to you, Helen. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I think it also goes against, thinking of joy and of playfulness and the kind of work that indeed your group is doing. This also comes back, again, to a different kind of creativity and of art that is more alive, more accessible even, and actually directly resists some of the turns in art education, where it's become more about turning out graduates who are employable, who are, the graduates themselves are also worried about these things, which is normal in this kind of the capitalist tension that we all live with. We carry that with us. So reinserting joy, I think, is really important, and playfulness, and it is an act of resistance, I think. Do we have any questions from the audience? Because we have some volunteers with microphones if anyone wants to ask a question or share their own example of resistance and joy in this kind of context. if not, we can kind of keep going and keep discussing the sort of linkage points between the presentations, because I think there is also in the sorry, no, bless you. I think there's also a lot about kind of we were also speaking a little bit before the panel started about kind of a radical optimism, or like knowing that we're living through something that is ending, but we're also trying to stay in an active mode of resistance and of joy. And okay, there is a question that I don't see a hand. Yes, there is. And I'll just make that a statement and then pass the mic to you.
Thank you. It's a question for Helen. I'm curious if you could speak more to some of the Black agroecologists you were speaking to that have been inspiring for the project. Yeah, I'm always curious to know about more people in the space.
Yeah, so a key person that's like very much informed some of the practices on the project is Leah Penniman, whose work probably you know, and also the kind of history that really back into the kind of also kind of early 20th century, right, of also these practices. But in particular, I think one of the things about Leah Penniman's work is really that kind of focus on what it might mean to bring together communities and collectives to practice agroecological practices in spaces, queer spaces as well, and also the ways in which you might kind of hold like the technoscience of agricultural practices in some ways together with some of the practices, the kind of cultural practices which we're talking about of kind of joy, of coming together, of bringing together. So the kind of placement of a kind of singing circle for planting herbs next to a kind of really sophisticated kind of imagination on an energy source that might be needed on a farm, or a kind of amazing fertilizer that might be made. So I think that kind of work that they're doing in the practices has been really super important.
Is there anything else I think that might be interesting to share in terms of like concrete ways? Like you talked about the more radical way of greeting someone. Like, what did you do against inequality today? What's something we can do today against inequality? Maybe it's nice to think of micro actions as well that like anyone can take. I mean, I would love to join your group in Sweden, but anyway, I'm here. Yeah, what are some things we can do to change our everyday lives?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also really amazing projects, and this is another, I think, really important work from Black queer feminist practice of Romy Morrison. And in their project, they've been kind of thinking about the space of a cell of solitary confinement and remaking that as a collective space for farming and gardening. And so kind of how might we kind of not just, I guess, like, you know, what is it that we can do, and like how can we, if we're kind of working on agroecological practices and technological practices, you know, how can we also be using them both to address the inequalities and the kind of oppressions of racial capitalism, as well as kind of thinking about how those practices also kind of nourish the soil, right, in the places where we're digging, where we stand. But yeah, I mean, I guess like what can people do today?
Giving you all an assignment.
And maybe, you know, I was listening recently to Adrienne Marie Brown, and she had this really beautiful point, which was, you know, as artists, designers, creative practitioners, you know, what we don't need to do is create more and more projects in which people can participate. But actually what we need to do is to create projects in which people can become alive and can become creatively alive. And I think maybe that's the thing which is we can continue to do from within our own communities, kind of like nurturing those spaces. Like for us, you know, we're really trying to nurture that space of a kind of queer energy community, as opposed to like some of those imaginaries of like this very kind of reproductive family imaginary of the future of energy. So yeah, I think this kind of, what does it mean to kind of cooperate in the public interest? What does it mean to kind of nurture creative life?
Yeah, and thinking about that in terms of different structures of living how we live together. Like you say, the kind of heteronormative family structure, like looking at that with a little more of a critical eye, understanding what it has been for, what it has stood for, and all of these kinds of things. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's also something too, right, about like recognizing the way in which, and this is something that Wayne Yang writes about, like that settler colonial technologies are also at work in Europe and oppressing people in the same way in Europe. And so I think that's also something that we can do, right? We can look at like what does it mean to tell those fragmented stories, to kind of like work in different ways, right? And especially like what, those of us can do who are in institutions, right? How can we remake the institutions that we're in? How can we create other types of instituting practices?
Yeah, and I think something that has, come up a little bit, Sean mentioning the being, thinking of our ancestors and what wisdom they have given us, but also thinking of being inspired by your presentation and the micro actions and micro energy. We can kind of take small steps. We don't have to burden ourselves, I think, with there's a kind of sense of failure if you set up too big of a target for yourself, but giving yourself space to make small changes all the time is kind of a nice way of putting it, maybe. And I hope that links your presentations together in a way, because I think it's that's what I'm reading from both of them. So I think now we're reached the end of the session and it's time for a break, so people can grab a bite to eat, they can get a drink, get some sunshine, and come back at 2:15, I believe. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see any correcting fingers, so that's good. So stretch your legs and join us back at 2:15 for our next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to Fiber Festival this afternoon. Now we're proceeding to the panel called Patterns in the Noise, where we're going to be looking at artificial intelligence, how machines listen to us, how we hear or listen to them, that kind of mutual relationship that's sometimes strained, sometimes weird. And I'm sitting here on the comfy couches with Arif Kornweitz, and I'm not going to say too much about what's going to happen next, because what's going to happen next is you're going to listen to an excerpt from a longer piece by Arif called "We Got Nothing on Them." And we're just going to listen. And I don't want to spoil it for you. No spoilers. So sit back, relax, get comfy in your chair, keep your eyes open or closed as you wish, and let's just enjoy this piece for the next few minutes. Yes, let's have a round of applause. So Arif, we're here going to discuss a little bit about your piece. You could maybe tell us a little bit about what we heard. I'm sure we all have different impressions based on what we just heard, but maybe you can tell us the backstory of what it really is.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, it's an excerpt of a longer piece that I initially made for a show called Lava Lines at Bibliotheca Kiev in London. And all of the samples in the piece are sourced from training data sets with basically sounds of industrial parts. So pumps, ventilators, like fans, valves, and sliders. And I'll unpack this a bit because essentially what these sounds are meant for is to train AI models to recognize broken machines in factories. So these sounds are not necessarily meant for us to hear, but they're meant for AI models to learn how to detect anomalies in factories. So whereas usually you have people walking around the factories and checking if machines are working, we are now developing machines that can listen to other machines. Maybe I can add that this data set contains like more than 25,000 very short samples of functioning like fans or sliders, and also sounds of malfunctioning parts. And they're all very short. They're like 10-second clips, but there are a lot of them. So I basically dived into this data set and took out the samples. They're recorded with like an 8-channel microphone. And so, yeah, I think it's also a bit funny to think that someone really like walked through, these settings and recorded all these individual parts, and they're like different models. And then they simulated what it might sound when they break.
So AI really is stealing our jobs. Yeah. You could say.
Not yours.
Not mine, no, thankfully. And how did you come across this work, or how did you start this research?
Yeah, I think the invitation for the show made me think about this because we were thinking about prediction there. And so I wanted to imagine, I guess, what it would feel like to be in like a sensor, like the sensorial stream, right? And also in the piece there is a kind of transition from this sound of like this kind of like more like stream, let's say, to this kind of irregular sounds in the end. And yeah, a lot of this sensor data is quantified, and I was wondering what it would like feel like, let's say. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And is this a system that's already working today? Like factories are using this, or is this something that's still in the prototype stage for an industrial application?
I don't really know that because it's a data set developed by Hitachi, and I think this is a name that we maybe vaguely know, but I think they deliver a lot of parts for like auto companies, and so they are involved in like, let's say, behind the curtain of a lot of manufacturing. This is an open source data set, so people can grab the data, and there's also a kind of like first code for a model. So maybe someone is using that, and I'm sure that these companies are working on it.
And how was this presented in the show in London? How did people experience the piece?
Well, it was longer, and we were sitting in a kind of dark room in an installation by Aimée Theriot-Ramos, and we were listening to it.
So it was kind of a dark room where people could really kind of chill out and listen to the work. Yeah, nice. And what's the continuation of this work, or is there any kind of follow-up or additional research you're going to do in this area?
It was really the beginning, I think, for me to think about what it would mean to do some sort of, let's say, archaeology of AI, right? Because often we use the applications that are made with these kind of training data. When you like use Midjourney or DALL-E, then of course there's a lot of data that first went into the training of those models, and I'm interested in how that works or what goes in there. A lot of other people also do work on that, but there is not so much of these sound data sets yet. And this one is very big. I mean, like more than 25,000 sounds, and I think there's more to do there. So yeah, I want to explore that more.
And as a creator, but also a human being, how does it feel to interact with such a huge data set? Does it seem like kind of it feels to me like I would feel overwhelmed looking at it or dealing with it. So how did it feel to go through the process of making the work?
Yeah, laborious. That's what you say, right? But also, I was thinking it's also fairly easy compared to the idea that someone really went with this microphone and like placed it and then mixed in different levels of noise.
That was the tough job, yeah.
But yeah, you can download it, and every WAV file in there is like 2.9 megabytes. But like one of the individual, like for example, the sliders, I think it's like maybe 10 gigabyte. You know, so you can imagine, and then every WAV file has I think like 5 different tracks in there. So you need to extract that, and then you have like a 10-second burst of noise, and then you're like, can I use this or not? I guess so. Yeah, it takes some time, and you also get tired of hearing those sounds after a while.
Yeah, so musically, how did you like compose with this material? It's like it's very short clips, so that I imagine also is like you could treat them almost as kind of individual instruments or notes. Like, how did you compose with it, really?
Yeah, like you're saying, that's what I did. It's quite heavily EQ'd, some of them, because otherwise it would just be like too noisy, basically. And then there are loops, essentially. So yeah, I made like lots of different instruments, if you will, with them.
Nice. Do we have any questions from the floor about the piece? I'm finding it kind of hard to see, but maybe, yes, I see a hand there. No? Were you waving or no? I'm looking at someone there's a hand for sure. No, but just wait for the mic, please, because there's someone coming. Yeah, so that we can hear you better.
Okay, then I'm curious about the emotions. So what kind of emotions, were you expecting any to see? Were you expecting any to give to the listeners, to the audience? Did you have any when you were working on this process? Yeah, what kind of like feelings and emotions did it create for you overall?
What did you feel? Did you feel anything?
I mean, the parts were interesting. The changes were interesting, right? At some point, it was like a scream, maybe a machine screaming. So there was something interesting. But yeah, how about you?
Yeah, I think when I pitched this to Jarl briefly, he was like, "What are you working on?" I said, "Well, I'm doing this, but it's also the most kind of sound artist thing I ever did." I was doing it. I was like, is this really the work? It's not really the work I usually do. So then it has this kind of aesthetics of, I don't know, maybe like early sound art or sound bro art or something. So I was a bit like, do I really want to do that? But I think, yeah, in the end, I feel like the process was interesting for me, and I felt like kind of embedded in this sensorial stream. So if anything, I felt like these kind of sounds are washing over me. Yeah, that I think.
Nice. We have another question in the front row here.
So what, selecting the material, what were your criteria? And also, how did you deal with numbness after listening to this material that was not meant for a person to listen to?
Nice question. I took breaks, long breaks, and also if you maybe work with samples yourself, you also know that once you kind of start playing with them, that you also make them your own. So it becomes a more maybe also physical experience that allows you to relax or something. And the criteria for selection, I mean, I wanted to have a kind of transition from like working to non-working. So what would it mean to work up to a breakdown, right? In this kind of sensorial stream. And I focused on like different instruments. So mostly there are fans and sliders in there. Yeah.
Nice, great. Well, thanks very much, Arif. Let's give him another little round of applause, please. Thank you. He'll be joining us again for the final Q&A of this panel, but for now I'd like to invite our next speaker to the stage, Aimée Theriot-Ramos, who's going to be delivering her talk here at the lectern. Thank you, Aimée, for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. So I'm going to just get straight to it. So when I was invited to give this presentation, I wasn't exactly sure where I should start, because I'm going to be talking about machine listening, and this is like a very particular and specific topic which fundamentally deals with the listening sense and with the task of listening. So I thought that a good starting point would be to talk about what listening is and why I consider it important to think about it, especially in the context of the digital world that surrounds us. So before we start, I'll just make a short introduction of myself and tell you a little bit about my background. My name is Aimée Theriot. I like to think of myself first and foremost as a musician. I was born in the south of Mexico, where I studied composition and cello. And while at music school, I discovered experimental practices, especially through the work of Pauline Oliveros and Cornelius Cardew, Alvin Lucier. And I became really enchanted by this type of practices, especially the one of Pauline Oliveros, because she put so much importance in the act of listening as a starting point and also as a performative act. And I felt very at home following in those footsteps. In 2018, I came to Amsterdam to do an MA course at Sandberg Institute, where I could kickstart, let's say, a more research-based practice. And my intention was that I wanted to think about listening in today's technologically mediated world. And so that kind of led me to the topic of machine listening. So I think a talk about listening would not be complete without a direct quote from the woman herself, Pauline Oliveros. So I want to share an audio clip where she discusses listening and technology.
Hearing being what happens with the ear, and that what the ear does. I mean, I'm getting pretty radical in saying I think that that which is called ear training in music schools is really wrong. Mm-hmm. You can't train the ear; it does what it does, right?
Yep. It's a microphone.
It's a microphone. It's a very cool microphone. It does what it does. But what can be trained is listening, and that's what the technology is doing. Is changing the way we listen. It can't change the way we hear, but it can. Our listening is the kind. I think that listening is probably very close to what we call consciousness.
So I do want to take a moment here to point out that when I think and talk about listening, I do not believe that this is a task that is limited to the biology of the ear. Listening can be a non-cochlear activity related to awareness, which is actually how Oliveros thinks about it. And also sound can be non-cochlear manifestation if we consider it fundamentally as vibration. So if this is true, what Pauline Oliveros proposes, that listening is very close to consciousness and that it's being transformed by our uses of technology, then what does it mean to have this ambition to teach and train artificial intelligences to perform listening tasks? In his wonderful book, The Expulsion of the Other, philosopher Byung-Chul Han proposes that in these times of increasing fragmentation of public discourses and social life, our ability to listen plays a crucial role in creating a livable future. So he writes that the society to come could be termed a society of hearkeners and listeners. And to hearken, by the way, means to pay attention to what is being said. So the underlying thread of my research on machine listening has been to raise awareness on the importance of better understanding the listening sense and shedding light on how this crucial human and humanizing activity is commodified, instrumentalized, and weaponized through our engagements with technologies. And how can we approach contemporary audio cultures in creative and emancipatory ways? So for my master's thesis, I look into a surveillance device called the Panacousticon. The Panacousticon is a sound-based design intended for social control in a very similar way as the Panopticon. So in order to talk about this, I just want to briefly talk about the Panopticon. I'm not going to go too deep into that because that's not what we're here for. But I just wanted to be able to compare it to the Panacousticon. So the Panopticon was designed by English philosopher and social theorist Jeremy Bentham in the 18th century. And this is an institutional building design that provides visual access to all the individuals inhabiting a space. In the case of a prison, which is what we can see on that slide, a guard would be able to see inside all the prisoner cells from a central tower. And then the basic principle of the Panopticon is not actually to be able to see all the individuals at all time, but more about the psychological effect that this has, where it's actually the feeling of being observed that keeps people in check. This is a fun fact. So in 1886, one of the first panopticons was built here in the Netherlands, in Breda. And the building is now being repurposed as a co-working and art space, but it functioned as a prison until 2014. So you can go and check it out at Panopticon if you're curious. So the Panopticon became the go-to metaphor when talking about the surveillance state, with the eye as its main symbol of power. The root of this can most likely be found in George Orwell's book 1984, published in 1949, which includes that famous phrase, "Big Brother is watching." So as some of you might know, the Panopticon has been closely studied, most famously by Michel Foucault in the 1970s. Okay, so that's it about the Panopticon. Now I want to talk about the Panacousticon. So this drawing that you see here, it was made by Athanasius Pritchard for his 1650 book Musurgia Universalis, which means the universal musical art. And in this book, Pritchard compiled all the musical knowledge available in his day, meaning that he effectively made the first encyclopedia of music. And in this book, he explores several ideas for eavesdropping devices, and the Panacousticon is one of them. So if you look closely at the picture, you'll see what looks like some kind of aristocrat on that part. And he seems to be, well, eavesdropping on people. And you can see peasants down on the town square. And actually, Jeremy Bentham included the Panacousticon in his own devices, but he ultimately decided that it was too transgressive as a surveillance device because it would entail a violation into a people's privacy. So it would be a violation actually of their inner lives, their deepest thoughts and desires, which according to Bentham are only to be judged by God. And this is something that he writes about that. The object of the Panacousticon is to pry into the secret recesses of the heart. The Panopticon, confining its attention to overt acts, leaves thoughts and fancies to their proper ordinary, the court above. So it's very interesting. Oh, sound is good? Sure. Thanks. So it's very interesting to learn that for the guy that designed a surveillance device such as the Panopticon, the Panacousticon would be taking things a little too far and invading people's privacy by listening to their private thoughts and desires. So this is a question I'm super interested in exploring more. How does the Panacousticon manifest in today's digital world? And how is the task of listening deployed in ways that subjugate instead of creating a better society? And also in this context, how is listening applied to and through machines? So in order to think about this, I would like to introduce a concept by political theorist Jody Dean called communicative capitalism. So Jody Dean writes, whereas industrial capitalism exploited labor, the industry of workers, Communicative capitalism adds in the exploitation of our communication, our very efforts to engage, respond, connect, and critique. In other words, it adds in the exploitation of the essential media of our sociality. So let's refer back to Kircher's Panacousticon and wonder how such a device could be used as a means to exploit people's needs to communicate and to listen to one another, as Jodi Dean proposes. So we could think of our phones as little panacoustic devices which we carry into our most intimate spaces. Through our use of smartphones, we provide all kinds of data, not only about the outside of us, like our material parts, our bodies, our location, how much money we have in the bank, etc., but also information about our desires, our aspirations, political inclinations, at what time of the day are we more prone to purchase a given item, etc. So this level of granular information that we generate through our digital footprints is really unprecedented. And on this topic, I would like to bring in the voice of whistleblower Edward Snowden, where he talks about smartphones and about data extraction.
Every phone, even when the screen is off, you think it's doing nothing, you can't see it because radio frequency emissions are invisible. It's screaming in the air, saying, here I am, here I am. And so your phone is sitting there doing nothing, you think, but it's constantly shouting and saying, I'm here. Who is closest to me? That's a cell phone tower. And every cell phone tower with its big ears is listening for these little cries for help. The movements of your phone are the movements of you as a person, and those are often quite uniquely identifying. What this means is that whenever you're carrying a phone, whenever the phone is turned on, there's a record of your presence at that place that is being made and created by companies. It does not need to be kept forever, and in fact, there's no good argument for it to be kept forever, but these companies see that as valuable information, right? This is the whole big data problem.
By the way, during this interview, Snowden uses sound-related words such as listen, ear, hear, talk, scream, shout, loud over 26 times, and I find that quite interesting. So, okay, let's talk about data. As Snowden pointed out, today's forms of surveillance rely greatly on the large amount of data that is constantly extracted through our interactions with digital technologies. All this collection of information, which we know as big data, makes it possible to reach deeper into the surveillance and also the indexing of people and of communities. As these processes have become commonplace, accessing people's most intimate wishes and thoughts is now a reality. Big data relies on the exploitation of information produced by our communicative interactions with one another through technology. In other words, big data thrives in today's world because it is able to capitalize on immaterial modes of production, such as communication, as Jodi Dean has pointed out. So, okay, with all of this in mind, here's the central question that is driving my research on machine listening. If Big Brother is watching, is big data listening? Today's digital technologies are crucial in creating dispersed forms of community, and the displacement of many areas of life into digital spaces has only accelerated the entanglement of communication processes between humans and machines. The ubiquity of podcasts, voice control assistants like Alexa and Siri, the adaptation of the music industry into streaming services shows us that digital technologies practices play a major role in contemporary culture. As a telling example, audio company Harman, who are the owners of headphone makers JBL and AKG, claim that an acoustic shift is happening in culture, and they are actually calling this decade the decade of sound. So I want to share a little bit of a project I did in 2021 and 2022. It's called Listening into the Digital Control Society. And as part of this project, I interviewed several artists and researchers whose work intersects with the topic of machine listening and digital listening cultures. So from these interviews, I made a 5-episode audio essay series called Machine Listener. And I want to share some short audio clips with some insights from the people that I interviewed. So my first interview was with Dr. Dan Stowell, and he's a lead researcher on machine listening at Tilburg University. And I was very curious to talk to him because he's one of the few scientists who actually include the word listening into the name of this field. Other scientists prefer to use the term computer audition to avoid the slipperiness of the word listening. So here's what Dr. Stowell had to say about that.
I'm going to be talking about machine listening, and I guess I should be clear from the start that it's a slightly uncomfortable term because I'm not claiming really necessarily that machines are doing listening in the same way that people do listening. So we use the term machine listening. There are other terms that we use, but machine listening is a general term for the kinds of ways that we try to apply computational intelligence to audio data or to sound streams. For example, we've had speech recognition technology. That's something that people have been developing for at least 60 years. And it leads to quite a really narrow form of listening where we develop a whole stack of technology that is capable of transcribing what a person says when they're speaking basically quite close to a microphone without too much other noise. And that is the technology stack. And if you try and broaden that, okay, here, let's use exactly the same technology and let's use it to understand a street scene, or let's use the same technology to understand birdsong or a whole natural scene. The same technology doesn't quite work in the same way. So when we say machine listening, this is a more generic term that we've come up with to incorporate speech recognition, music recognition, urban soundscape analysis, nature soundscape analysis. And we do things like detecting sounds or classifying sounds or visualizing sounds even. But it all involves some kind of computational analysis, and that's essentially what we mean by machine listening.
So another person I interviewed is James Parker. He's a legal scholar at Melbourne Law School, and his work focuses on the politics of sound and listening. Something very interesting he pointed out during our chat is that even though machine listening is a much lesser known area of machine learning and AI, some of the earliest techniques used in machine listening are right at the origins of the AI field.
Machine listening is not such a prominent part of the story of AI, but in fact, once you start to sort of dig a little bit, you realize not only that it's more prevalent and more pervasive as a kind of a system or set of systems that are proliferating through all manner of like institutions and political structures and so on. But you also realize that it's sort of been around for a very long time, actually. So some of the sort of historical work that I've been doing recently, puts machine listening or kind of antecedents like automatic speech recognition, right at the origins of work on AI. Like the people who are developing information theory, who are developing some of the really core techniques of machine learning are doing it in sound and listening, and I sort of feel like that's not the story that you hear very often.
I also spoke to Bonnie Jones, who is an educator, poet, and experimental electronic musician. And in this clip, she speaks about how in our processes of teaching machines how to listen, we enter into a sort of feedback loop, which can tell us a lot about our own listening sense and our own listening desires.
It would be hard to separate our own feelings about how we imagine listening happens from a human-centric way and not kind of graft that onto, in some ways, the machine listening that we are designing. But then also, of course, as we learn what the machine listening is actually capable of or how it actually produces results, then in the reverse part of that process, we would then be introduced to ways of listening and ways of processing sound material that would have been completely sort of foreign to our way of thinking. And then if we look at the thing that comes out of a machine listening experiment, we would then sort of just be introduced to concepts of listening and the way we thought about listening, or what we thought we wanted the machine to listen like. And all of those things would be kind of brought back to us as these different facets of our own listening desire, let's say.
Also thinking along these lines, I talked to Emile Frankel, who's actually going to be speaking after me today, on the topic of listening versus hearing and the ways in which technology can introduce alienation and isolation into the listening process. And here's what he shared.
So listening, unlike hearing, infers this intersubjectivity. But I guess, as I hope that we'll kind of delve into today, I think that hearing is inflected by the digital. It's tinged by these technologies which attempt to remove that subject to subject proposition. You know, technologies which try to remove this intersubjectivity. And I guess hearing without listening might imply a type of isolation and loneliness to the act. So when you hear without intention, are you an isolated subject? That's a kind of question which I'm deeply interested in.
So if this audio sparked your interest, I can definitely recommend that you check out the full episodes. They're on Radio Ya 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 Nay Nay Nay, and we have already streamed 2 of them, and 3 more are coming up every Tuesday at 7 p.m. So also, as part of this project, I spent some time interacting with a prompt-based AI, Midjourney, and I gave it prompts related to machine listening. So I basically asked the AI to imagine what machine ears should look like. And these examples that you see on the screen are some of the images that it threw back at me. And I found it quite interesting to see how anthropomorphized these machines' ears are. Like in all the examples, the ears always somehow look like human ears, not even animal ears, even though I did not write the word human in any of my prompts. And the example here on this side, on the top, it's a bit more abstract, but it still looks like some kind of earbud to me. So as part of the project, I also collaborated with creative technologist Stijn van Beek to build a listening algorithm from scratch. And the idea was to build like the most rudimentary form of listening that we could think of. And this is detection and analysis of simple sound events. So Stijn wrote this neural network which would listen through a computer microphone and detect rhythmic patterns that we would clap or tap or sing. And the neural network would listen, but that means that it's picking up on onsets of sound and then calculating the amount of time it elapsed from one sound to the other, and then try to guess where the next sound would come up. So in this video that you see there, this is how the machine listener works. So basically, this application has 2 sections, the input and the output. On the input, you can see a light going on, and this is a visual representation of every sound that I was making or that the app was registering. So every time the top lights up, it's me clapping. And on the bottom, you see the output that the machine listener is giving us. So every time the output lights on, it's an event that the algorithm is trying to predict. So the goal of the listener is to be able to correctly predict the next time that I will be clapping. And maybe I'll try to play it again. So you can see it takes it a little while. You see on the top the rhythm that I'm playing, and then on the output hit, it's sort of trying to discern when I'm going to do the next clap, but failing. And then towards it takes it sometimes around half a minute or a minute. And then if I keep doing a steady rhythm, it correctly starts synchronizing with me, and then we start sort of clapping together. So there you can see it's synced, and now we're together on this clapping loop. So nothing super groundbreaking with this app, but I was interested in getting a better understanding of how a listening algorithm works from a more technical perspective, also to demystify what listening algorithms are for myself. And I think an important insight of this machine listener experiment is that artificial intelligences are not actually the best tool for building new possible futures or offering innovative solutions or creating idiosyncratic art, as we also saw with the Midjourney examples. So a lot of what AI does is to confirm the past and sort of lock us into a repetitive present. Like that's what I experienced when I was interacting with this machine listener. So it needed to listen to something predictable. And when I fed it an irregular rhythm, it fails to do what it was supposed to do. And then once the algorithm finally catches up and synchronizes with the rhythm I'm producing, we get locked into this sort of repetitive present, and it becomes an ongoing repetition of past actions. And I think in my experience, the most interesting aspects of playing with this machine listener were actually the moments when it was learning and failing and misrecognizing the sound that I was making. I felt like somehow in seeing the algorithm fail, I find at least the potential of something different, unpredictable, or new happening. So here are two examples of commercial applications that deploy machine listening. On the left, you can see we have a healthcare application called Serenity AI. And this is described as in their marketing blurb as an AI-based mood detection app designed to detect the mood of a depressed person. Funnily enough, their commercial slogan is "We are listening." But I have to wonder, how can there be a listening when there is no intersubjectivity in these types of application? Can synthetic listening be performed by an algorithm really help a person feel less isolated, less alone, or more understood? And also, what does a depressed person sound like? What kind of sounds is this algorithm being trained on? Other machine listening algorithms have been around for years, mostly in the areas of security and risk assessment. So this other company is called Nemesisco, which is kind of a funny name. It's an Israeli security company which claims to use voice analysis for emotion detection, personality, and risk assessment. So basically, by using this application on a call with a person making an insurance claim, the task of listening is outsourced to an algorithm, which is supposedly able to analyze a person's mood, their levels of anxiety, all this from nonverbal sounds of their voice. And there's also a very mainstream example of machine listening. It can be found in a project called Duplex by Google. And this is a voice assistant which can make phone calls on behalf of their users to organize restaurant reservations or hair salon appointments. And I'm going to play you an example of a call made by their AI.
Hi, I'd like to reserve a table for Wednesday the 7th.
For 7 people?
It's for 4 people.
4 people when?
Next Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Oh, actually, we reserve for like upper 5 people. For 4 people, you can come.
How long is the wait usually to be seated?
For when, tomorrow or weekday or?
For next Wednesday, the 7th.
Oh no, it's not too busy. You can come for 4 people, okay?
Oh, I gotcha. Thanks.
Yep.
So I think we need to be asking critical questions about these applications. I mean, don't get me wrong, like the application is really impressive and the voice sounded super human-like, and the person on the other side of the call was completely fooled by the machine. However, a red flag goes on for me when I listen to those speech disfluencies, those like casual human fillers that are produced by the robot. Google decided to fill in the dead silences characteristic of synthetic speech, synthetic machinic speech, thereby actively hiding the fact that the speaker is in fact a machine, and given the listener no choice or warning in the process. Google has communicated that when and if this project is effectively deployed in a mass scale, the AI assistant would present itself as a bot. However, we need to wonder and think critically about the pitfalls of a technology that is able to listen at this scale and produce an empathetic listening in return. There is no doubt that application like this could have a positive impact. For example, if we think of accessibility or helping people communicate when they don't speak a certain language. However, the point here is to ask, is a human-sounding robot necessary for that? What is the purpose of hiding the technology, of fooling people's listening senses? And also, how are policymakers keeping up with these leaps in technology and the rapid rollout? A good piece of news, actually, on this topic, this week, the EU's AI Act draft was greenlit. I don't know if you heard about this, but this is a proposal to regulate AI and could become a law later this summer, and that would be like a major step towards having AI and technology that actually functions for the well-being of people instead of the other way around. So I want to read a quote by activist and writer Naomi Klein, also on this topic. She says that there is a world in which generative AI as a powerful predictive research tool and as a performer of tedious tasks could indeed be marshaled to benefit humanity, other species, and our shared home. But for that to happen, these technologies would need to be deployed inside a vastly different economic system and social order than our own, one that had its purpose the meeting of human needs and the protection of the planetary systems that support all life. So just to wrap things up, I want to summarize by saying that my intention with this research into listening technologies is fundamentally to raise awareness to the fact that I think the listening sense is being colonized by digital technologies, while there's very little understanding of how this is happening or the consequences that it has. And as Pauline Oliveros mentioned in the first audio clip I shared today, listening is an activity which is very close to consciousness, and technology is transforming the ways in which we do it. So I want to close off with some questions because I unfortunately do not have that many answers. Can we transform the ways in which technology is listening? And by doing so, can we become better listeners ourselves and break out of contemporary modes of isolation? Can machinic relational listening be a stepping stone towards a society of listeners? Can we recuperate forms of listening that refuse to be used for control or for profit, but that are truly relational, affective, empathetic, creative, and world-building? And most importantly, listening takes time. And however, our contemporary fast-paced life often lacks the time needed to listen. So how can we reclaim this time? And how can technology be on our side while doing so? Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Amy. We're now going to bring up our next speaker, Emile Frankel, who's joining us online. And after this talk, then we'll wrap up this panel with a Q&A with all three of our panelists today. So, Emile, are you there? Can I hand the floor over to you? I see you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes,
I see you and hear you. So the floor is yours.
Great. Hey.
Hey.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me, of course. Maybe I can build a little bit upon Aimée's description of instrumentalized listening and this Panacoustica that she mentioned. I love that quote that the Panacoustica might pry into the secret recesses of the heart. So this talk today is called Something's Missing. I took this title from an interview from 1964 between Ernst Bloch, Theodor Adorno, and Horst Kruger, which is titled On the Contradictions of Utopian Longing. And I'd like to begin by quoting a section at length of this conversation to, I guess, carefully set out their contradictions. So Adorno opens and he says, I would like to remind us right away that numerous so-called utopian dreams, for example, television, the possibility of traveling to other planets, moving faster than sound, have been fulfilled. However, insofar as these dreams have been realized, they all operate as though the best thing about them had been forgotten. One is not happy about them. As they have been realized, the dreams themselves have assumed a peculiar character of sobriety, of the spirit of positivism, and beyond that, of boredom. I mean something concrete, namely that one sees oneself almost always deceived. The fulfillment of the wishes takes something away from the substance of the wishes. So that last line is really important, and he continues, above and beyond this, one could perhaps say in general that the fulfillment of utopia consists largely only in a repetition of the continually same today. To this, Kruger asks, Mr. Bloch, do you also believe that the depreciation of the term utopia is connected to, how shall I put it, the perfection of the technological world? And Ernst Bloch replies, really interestingly, and he says, yes and no, it has something to do with it. The technological perfection is not so complete and stupendous as one thinks. It is limited only to a very select number of wish dreams. One could still add the very old wish to fly. In other words, there is a residue. There is a great deal that is not fulfilled and made banal through the fulfillment, regardless of the deeper viewpoint that each realization brings a melancholy of fulfillment with it. So the fulfillment is not yet real or imaginable or postulatable without residue. But it is not only that brings about the depreciation of utopia. Incidentally, I believe that this depreciation is very old. The slogan, that's merely utopian thinking, reduced as depreciation to castle in the clouds, to wishful thinking without any possibility for completion, to imagining and dreaming things in a banal sense. This depreciation is very old, and it is not our epoch that has brought it about. I do not know for sure, but it may be that our epoch has brought with it an upgrading of the utopian. Only it is not called this anymore. It is called science fiction in technology. So I find this quite pertinent. I guess the key terms of Adorno and Bloch's utopian contradiction are the following. We have wish, fulfillment, realization, residue, and of course, technology. Technology, in its disguised completeness, its quote-unquote perfection, is seen to take something away or intervene troublesomely in the fulfillment of a former dream. In Bloch's second volume of The Principle of Hope, he writes to the effect that hope is hope precisely and only because hope can be disappointed. Or to put it in other words, the wish for a technological cure to something missing in the world is only utopian to the extent that the cure is a continual process of coming to terms with the disappointment that brought that technology into being, an incompletion which allows utopia to function placelessly. So I find the contradictions outlined in this 1964 conversation both prescient and unchanging, particularly in light of the emergence of large language modeling, which we've heard a little bit about already today. Large language modeling is a technology to turn, fundamentally a typed wish into a form of statistical fulfillment. So using this dialogue that I just read as a jumping off point, in the following lecture, I want to consider a structure of longing underpinned by the knowledge that something is missing. I want to take a step back from the media theorization of individual large language models, for example, ChatGPT, Midjourney. And I also want to put to one side the host of debates surrounding this technology's originality or stochastic parroting. My lecture won't deal with, AI property law or infinite Drake, infinite Grimes, etc. Not because I find these questions uninteresting, but instead because I feel committed to a more rudimentary analysis of the relationship between a subject who uses this technology and a modeled world. By this, I mean that I'm more interested in the material conditions of turning an undignified, uninspiring, flattening, algorithmic repurposing of speech into the popular music we will encounter, soon, day to day. Beyond questions of immanent capital, of thermodynamic AI inevitabilities, and beyond the strange world of AI alignment, I am dismayed and depressed by this technology's financialization of speech, the way it intervenes in the beautiful dialectical act of asking, requesting, and prompting, of crying out for a change. And I worry that from here on, all online speech becomes a form of speaking the mode of production. And by speaking the mode of production, I guess what I mean is basically that the listening machine is now producing its own language. Language mediated by a statistical ordering of the most profitable, numerous, and I guess an averaged form of speaking. So with that put to one side, I want to instead consider closely the very moment a subject decides to turn text into another medium of representation. What is this relationship between presence and absence implied in this moment? How might the feeling of something missing inspire, beguile, and mislead the act of typing in a prompt? And how might we consider the hope implied in a typed request, which asks to cross, perhaps even fearfully, the boundary between two distinct mediums of representation, text and music? So my argument is going to unpack the following scenario. Let's imagine that a lonely subject is in front of an empty prompt bar. Let's call this person, this creature, a player, for they play with this technology. This player has decided to turn words into music. And they have decided, before the very act of typing, to use a technology which is learned via a statistical weighing, a coded relationship between words and sounds, which we might say speaks the dominant mode of production, via its complex mediation, which subsists upon a financialized model of the world. We might say then that this player is wishing for a tune. We might say that they are longing and asking and requesting and prompting for a song to fill a space which they are only partly in knowledge of, a space we might theorize as that which is missing from their life. And at a very broad level, we should ask, what are they missing? And we could answer that, that they're missing the fulfillment of a wish, which can only be realized in the closure and crossing of a former gap between words and sounds. They haven't a song, so they ask for one. I want to hear a green song which holds me. I want to hear a beautiful song which is on the very tip of my tongue. A song which I can only articulate in words which reference through other reference, a feeling of a particular organization of sound, which I am desperately in need of. I want to hear a very primary song, which unearths the incomplete and missing condition of my relationship to the world. So this very popular song is attached to the routines of TikTok, Sigma males, fast cars, GTA 4, Cillian Murphy from Peaky Blinders, American Psycho, but it's also attached to teens mouthing along teary-eyed. It's attached to landscapes from aeroplane windows or rain on windowsills, and men professing to have no lack and yet are lacking amongst the landscape, seeking to return to something unnamed, which is thought to have been taken away from them, or seeking to improve, like Block said earlier, seeking to improve or updating their utopia. In all its Night Court iterations, Oliver Tree's song, 10 or more billion plays later, is one of the most heard songs from last year. But the high-pitched, sped-up vocals of this TikTok anthem appear riddled. A child speaks the words of an adult, and they ask in these lyrics a complex series of requests. Don't remind me, and then don't fret. And finally, the cloistered negation, I don't ever want to miss you again. What does it mean to be able to verbalize a plea attached to absence, which is also conjugated as a certainty in the very common words, I miss you? Is it that the singer of the song misses something because they no longer have it? Or is it that the singer of the song misses the absence of you because their grief has claimed possession of a created version of you only utterable at the moment of longing's inception? What has disappeared from their life and what has taken its place? What has made an appearance such that the Nightcore singer can claim to hold in their possession, in the negative form, a feeling of bereavement which can be controlled? It seems unlikely, and yet isn't it also heartbreaking that it's even possible to miss something again and again and again, as if that wish to cross a gap between absence and presence were continually and uncontrollably ripped open and then bridged over and opened once more by the structure of grief. In looking for answers to these questions of missing that I just voiced, it should be noted that there's, I guess, a sad and desolate and imaginative thread to the history of mourning within philosophy and Western art. There is a history of writing on the human condition which ties creativity to loss. And I guess there's a near discipline of study devoted to such a claim. Beautiful books have been written about the enchanting creative quality of melancholia. The collective 1964 work Saturn and Melancholy, for example, traces a path through grief to its modern transformation, what we might call the pathology of melancholia today, an ineluctable sadness without cause. From medieval didactic poetry's, quote, attempt at catching the reality of the visible world in the mirage of perspective, to later personifications of melancholy as old women, lean, dry, and withered, of a pale, leaden, earthly complexion with lowered glance, halting speech, and drooping lip. The pictorial essence of melancholy, and more so the sadness of a poet who is gifted in its capturing, becomes an intimate text questioning the provenance of this complex and world-altering feeling. Look, for example, to Duro's engraving Melancholia 1, a figure surrounded by the junk of their own mourning. Or look to the earliest philosophical musings on an unbalanced bile thought to reside within dejected poets. Or read Agamben's 1977 work Stanzas, where monks suffer the noonday demon of acedia, and in acedia make possible the creation of an object only found in absence. To be in melancholia's near opposition, to be in love, to pine for something, to desire, seems marked by an expression of absence and creativity right from the birth of Western philosophy. Plato, through Socrates via Diotima, asks whether it is possible to love something one is already in possession of. And Diotima's shocking provocation from the Symposium reads, quote, "Now try to tell me whether love means love of something or whether there can be love which is love of nothing." So on screen, these are a few examples which moved me, and I'm not an expert, but in pointing to this kitchen sink of theory which attempts to structure loss, I want to suggest that large language modeling, which of course aims to produce represented images and sounds from blank prompt bars, can and should be historicized by philosophies of grief. And perhaps more specifically, it is my opinion that large language modeling must be thought through via theories of language which treat desire and longing as unfulfillable, formed only in lack, and only through the beautiful failure of representation, which underpins what it means to be a speaking subject. To this, it would be remiss not to mention the inventor of a theory of that language, Freud, who, of course, writes his famous 1915 essay, Mourning and Melancholia, where here, quote, "an extraordinary diminution in his self-regard, an impoverishment of his ego on a grand scale, defines the melancholic's illness as a failure in the ordering of grief. The loss of something external to the subject is cathected inwards to a position fundamental and therefore destructive to the subject themselves." From this paper, an argument emerges. In loss, the closed edge of a subject fails to discern between a feeling of a lost externality and a lost internality. The world of a love no longer is felt inside. Freud's famous statement, quote, "In mourning it is the world which has become poor and empty, in melancholia it is the ego itself," can be complicated by considering mourning and melancholia as a shared demonstration of this primary structure. The symptoms, despondency, a world stripped of its former force of consolation, physical and libidinal exhaustion, apathy and ambivalence, each can be observed in historical struggle as a political grief which emerges not only in its most extreme form as an individual's pathology, but so too as a response to systemic dissatisfaction which misrecognizes historical subjugation as internal deprivation. So I find a letter of Freud's, a late letter actually of Freud's, particularly moving in its articulation of the generative structure of missing something. In 1929, reflecting on the death of his daughter Sophie, Freud advances a description of mourning which surrenders grief to an incompletable labour. He writes, "Although we know that after such a loss the acute state of mourning will subside, we also know we shall remain inconsolable and will never find a substitute. No matter what may fill the gap, even if it be filled completely, it nevertheless remains something else." And actually, this is how it should be. It is the only way of perpetuating that love which we do not want to relinquish. This mature Freudian position traces the borderless heart within the act of mourning. To mourn is to hold tightly an invented absence, the unfillable gap of something which must always remain other to that which is felt to be lost. To reconcile mourning with the characteristics of the melancholic, whether motivated by the loss of an object or an ideal, the loss of one's country or of a perceived future, or of a felt positioning in the world, the actual death or complete disappearance of such attachments is not required. When Freud confronts the death of his daughter Sophie, his work begins to detail a melancholic that can unconsciously mourn an object they no longer know and can no longer articulate. Words alone become the holders of an invented longing. A process is observed where there is not just the profound loss of something which denies its former name, but so too a loss of something which was always also inarticulable in the first place. So let's return then to the player of this scenario that we're setting up. This player, who chooses to use a large language model to intervene in a structure of absence and presence. We might say that a player has lost something they cannot name, for what they have lost is a song. And yet, by typing words into a prompt bar, they do what they once could not and name what is felt to be missing. In this moment, absence has inspired the creation of something which must always remain other to that which is felt to have been lost. In this moment, by typing, the player has created words about an object which once existed only in its imagined absence. What this player now confronts is words upon a page, made possible by the world structuring force of something missing. These words are the presence of the feeling of a former loss. These words are a labour of discernment. These words are demonstrations of the player's struggle to discern that which is missing from their incomplete world. These words are a request. These words do not require fulfillment. These words do not consist in producing the boring utopia of a repetition of the continually same today. But sadly, these words are typed into a prompt bar, and soon they will be generated into a song, which is financially ambivalent to this player's structured grief. This song will technologically claim to be the complete fulfillment of that which was missing from the player's former world. But such fulfillment is a hollow promise. This song, as a statistical mediation, will no longer be informed by the exquisite, world-altering feeling of missing something. Let's imagine that this player, mouse-like and cowled, wrapped up in blankets against the cold of a dispossessed future, is holding an instrument, not a text-to-music generator, but instead maybe a stringed instrument like a guitar. And they are in their bedroom, and they are sitting before their instrument, thinking about all that is missing from their life. Should they play the guitar or type words to a machine? What are they missing? What has this player lost? Have they lost the possibility of friendship to non-player characters? Have they lost a class position that parents once had? Is it that they are missing the sense of a lush and healthy environment itself, now decaying and riddled with the calamities of inaction, greed, and age-old crimes? Or is it that they have lost a sense of a unified movement of resistance, lost the possibility of collectivity to the influence of a marketplace of fragmented and individualized somaticisms? And then again, what if this player were tied to a far more tragic situation, tied to a horrifying labour of far worse kinds in places unknown to an average white Western gamer, tied to a split colonial position where the worst forms of market domination have rendered their body limitlessly exploitable? No, they speak the fatalism of a creature simultaneously remote from the real processes of production and yet proximate to its effects in their most advanced way. This player confronts an invention designed to alleviate the suffering of having the luxury to lament a lost world in the form of an empty text box, and if and when they type, thinking of unavowed loss, debarred the untypable promises of the left. The prompt bar appears fundamentally unalienating, for it requires no compromises. The lost old world is thoroughly possessed in the form of a word which appears inert in the text box, waiting to be generated. For this player, the fulfillment of the possibility of absence has never been closer. And so they wonder, if I have lost a song, then I must have once possessed a song. If I once possessed a song, then the song of that possession must have once existed. If such a song once existed, then it must be possible to reacquire it. Only it cannot be reacquired now. In that moment of contemplating the impossibility of reacquiring that which they have lost, this mouse-like player huddled up in their bedroom turns away from the keyboard and let's imagine that they instead pick up a guitar and that they strum a chord. The music that may follow is unnameable, unspeakable, new and invented, delicate, imprecise, full of failure, but gorgeous, ambitious, irreverent to the possibilities of typed statistical representation. This sound is in a direct conversation with loss. It is hope-filled because it has the possibility of disappointment etched in its sound wave. It is utopian in the sense that it communicates the presence of a former absence, but it is not utopian in that hollow, undialectical, unmaterialist way Marx was of course critical of. But in this sound, the sound of improvisation on a guitar is a utopia that is only in existence for the duration of a vibrating string. And this sound is precisely a labor of discernment, a labor of a physical body which has identified and attempted to understand that which is missing from this player's life, and that which must be filled by the sound of music. The player plays the guitar, and in between each note, they must decide what chord will follow from another chord in the process of selection, which is based on their entire historical being, a process which is in touch with the deep and powerful failure of representation. Because the lost object of this player cannot be reacquired, utopian longing, expressed in the sound of improvisation upon a guitar, is structured by the very writhing this player feels against their world, a world which they know deep down to be incomplete. Leon Rosnicher, a revolutionary Argentinian psychoanalyst, writes, "If reality did not console the desire at the same time as it defrauds it, the unsatisfied wish would push the subject to transform the reality which denies it. Perhaps we would dream less, perhaps we would act more. The illusion of the fulfillment of a sleeping dream, a daydream or a reverie, is a sickness. Dreaming, we might say, is a sickness because it disguises the actual gap between a request and its realization. In the world lived as we do as awake subjects barred by our unconscious desires, we are precisely revolutionary subjects, we might argue, because our dreams cannot be fulfilled. There are many psychoanalytic structures which are observed to console desire or defend the subject against the impossibility of fulfillment. But there are also many technological inventions and ideologies of scientific, statistical completeness which aim to perform the same force of consolation. Modeling to this end positions itself as a solution to a former incompleteness. A technology like large language modeling alludes and simulates a togetherness between the outside of a subject and their pockmarked, lack-filled inside, which in turn prevents the actual transformation of the political subject through the act of speaking. This is a technology that prevents the political transformation of the real world precisely because it collapses the distance and threshold between a typed request and its possible fulfillment. Here, a quote-unquote elaborate transaction, a fake conversion, precludes the crossing of the insurmountable distance between text and organized sound. And importantly, the internal wish that is communicated only to a machine is a bleak technology of capital, the total subsumption of the radical force of historical discernment to the ideology of large language modeling, the ideology of perfect and perfectible communication. So to conclude, I'd just like to return to that opening 1964 conversation between Adorno and Bloch. And Bloch says, quote, "Mechanical materialism can have no utopia. Everything is present in it, mechanically present." His suggestion is a warning. The mechanical reproduction of the world in code requires a gapless form of communication. Code is necessarily gapless. As such, code is a failure of fullness in light of a subject who is riddled with gaps. The player of this lecture lacks a song. They ask in typed words, words precisely missing the song they seek. But their words are not without an individual and collective history. So at the advent of the emergence of the prompt, it is worth asking, where is and what has become of the self-consciously historical subject of prior forms of writing and music making? In the development of this technology, what has and what will happen to the self-determining historical subject who understands themselves to be in a relationship to their words, which enables the transformation of the past through the vector of that which is missing from the present? A transformation which must then be reinscribed into the future through the collective process of actively assembling that future in said speech. For this subject, bound to the history of their writing, a song of a new world is not so much missing without a form. Instead, this song is waiting for discernment, or as Ernst Bloch might say, it is a waiting of the not yet become. Think too of an Alsindi lying on Freud's couch, prompted to speak. You know, that Alsindi might say, I have nothing to say, but in fact they do. For the Western Marxist assembling the future from the present's discontents, and for a Freudian Alsindi assembling an image of their inner life from the act of talking about it, these revolutionary subjects labor towards the pathology of having a history, which might be understood and suffered. The tragedy of large language modeling is that it acts as if it were a cure for history's sorrow. This technology gives birth to itself instead of to revolutionary labor. Confronted by the fear of having no song, a technology to manufacture a semblance of a song is a beautifully seductive technology. Here, a would-be struggle against the lack of having such music is overridden by the unalienating potential of filling such lack with the press of a button. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to invite the first two speakers to come up to the couch here, and we can start our Q&A. So, well, we covered a lot of interesting territory. I think there was a kind of bleakness referred to in the last presentation that I wonder if that also resonates with you two, Arif and Aimée, about the idea of the kind of seeking some kind of perfect surveillance or perfection of an industrial model or whatever that might be that ends up ultimately kind of being a bit of a fool's errand or a kind of false reflection, in fact, of the human emotions we project into it, if that makes sense. Do either of you want to pick that up?
Working? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned during my presentation, I think, I mean, this is something that has been said quite a lot about technology. Like, it's a manifestation of the status quo, the way things are. So if they are trained in, let's say, like a ground truth that is not actually correct, then it's only going to give us back that. So I feel like maybe this is one of the reasons why at least I think about technology with like a very big pinch of salt, and I guess this kind of permeates to how a lot of people are thinking about it as well, which in a way I guess it's a good thing to have this. I mean, there's a lot of potential in it, of course, as well, but it's important to see what is there, what is really there, in order to perhaps have a more humanistic approach to it, if that's a project we want to follow. Yeah.
And I think also the like in Emile's presentation, showing this kind of treating this prompt bar almost like an oracle and so on is like we're projecting our wishes and all these like unfulfilled hopes and things into it, but the machine doesn't care and doesn't know us and doesn't have an understanding of our souls. So how could it possibly respond? But we of course put that meaning there, right? So this is where that all derives from.
Yeah, I really like that part of Emile's talk. Seems like the most creative part, the part that had more potential was when the character was actually writing the prompt, and then once that is fulfilled, it's sort of like utopic potential becomes something else that might not be utopia at all. And I guess that's really related to like how desire functions, I guess. I mean, maybe Emile can talk way more about this than me. I'm not super versed in that subject, but I feel like just a classic example of wanting, I don't know, like a McDonald's burger, and then once you get it, it's not really what you wanted. So you're
always such a letdown. Yeah,
it's disappointing, and but it's almost somehow like, I don't know, like coded into the actual thing itself. I don't know.
Emile, maybe you want to pick that up.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, wanting the McDonald's burger, and then as soon as you get it, the desire's kind of been fulfilled, and it's no longer as satisfying as you once imagined. I think that was I guess what I was trying to get at in my talk. I think that the actual act of typing out your wish, putting it into words, that's the really important step in art making and in trying to understand your relationship to your world. But as soon as those words get interpreted by the machine, I fear that we become. It's not just that the desire is realized. I don't think that the machine is realizing the desire, but I think that it's kind of disguising that original act of trying to understand the world and react to the world in terms of world building, or politically trying to change that world. And instead we are given a kind of false sense of fulfillment, or a mediated kind, perhaps.
Well, yeah, we see what we want to see in it, I guess. Kind of like, what was that first text model, Eliza, the sort of AI psychologist that just kind of said, "How do you feel?" And then, of course, you tell it how you feel, and you feel better for having said how you feel. So it kind of becomes, it almost doesn't matter what Eliza says to you as long as she can keep the conversation going. So there's this kind of element where we complete the rest of it. Anyway, yeah. Do you find, Arif, where are you sitting on all of these topics? How does it relate to what you think about how the machines are listening to each other?
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear the two talks. And I kept thinking, like, what does it mean if we say the machine? And I guess the example that Aimée brought about, I guess, like sentiment analysis, or there's also dialect analysis used in border control and migration control. These are interesting examples because they say something about the context, and then they illustrate that there is nothing like an autonomous machine, but there's always a machine in a certain context. And as I was listening to Emile's talk, I was thinking about, yes, there are certain degrees of loss in engaging with a machine on a prompt basis. Yet, that's not how we work. I guess that it's also just a machine in a certain context, and we then work further, and we get a kind of artifact that we change. So, isn't a large language model just a guitar with like n number of strings, right? Aren't the vectors just the strings of the guitar that are more abstract, more abstracted? But isn't the guitar also a piece of technology that we have implemented certain ideas of harmony into, and how we arrange these strings, the materiality of it really kind of conditions what we produce with it, right? So yeah, maybe that's also a question to Emile.
Yeah, that's a beautiful way of describing a guitar, and yes, it is a technology, and I agree in part with you, and I think that something like Midjourney, or some of the large language models that are in existence today are wonderful instruments to play with. Particularly for experimental artists, there's a whole horizon of important work that I think will be made using these technologies as instruments. But I guess in kind of response to your question, maybe I should raise the issue of the technology functioning, let's say, primarily in code or in written words in its kind of consumer-oriented versions, where you have to convert text to music or convert text to an image. And in that conversion, I'm worried that it's no longer equivalent to saying that you're playing the instrument like you might play a guitar, where the boundaries of that instrument are fully understood in as much as here are the notes, here are the vibrating strings, here are the chords that I can play. And the guitar was made by whatever, Fender or something, a big corporation, but the corporation itself is only present to a kind of a small extent in the actual way that you can use that instrument. But instead, when you look at Midjourney or ChatGPT, we have a form of like averaging, averaging the type of the relationship between one word and another, or an averaging of the relationship between one word and one sound, or one word and one image, and that's what I'm quite fearful of. Yeah, but having said that, I made those little mice characters with Midjourney in my presentation, and I found it completely unalienating in a really beautiful way to actually generate them so quickly and easily. So I think one more point, that conversation I opened with between Adorno and Ernst Bloch, I think Bloch talks about a residue of a technology. So there can be a fulfillment that is disappointing of the technology of the internet. There were so many utopian hopes, but ultimately there's been a lot of disappointments as well. Bloch might say that there's a residue that can almost fashion a new hope in that waste product. So perhaps we'll find that with large language modeling as well. Yeah.
A new hope. That's a nice idea. Do we have hopes for this technology, or what are we thinking is kind of a hopeful use? I mean, the idea of the Pan-Acousticon is a little daunting and scary, just like the Panopticon, and there's a kind of thread of a little bit of worry throughout this panel, I would say. So, what are the hopes that we can somehow, twist this into something more empathetic, as you suggested? that will make us reflect more on our own practices of listening, maybe? Or is that really too wishful?
Well, yeah, I really like that Naomi Klein quote, because I think it's just very important when, just to have that as the first thing that we think about, which is, as long as these technologies are working for, as the bottom line is profit making and scaling, it's going to be quite hard to make any kind of recuperation of them. But of course, we need to try to be hopeful, and we need to try to find ways to sort of engage with this in a way that is not further alienating us. So one thing I see, at least in a sound or music related context, is that there's so many micro communities happening because of this. Like, for example, if we talk about just listening habits, and how you can have so many different listening habits, and there's mini communities that surround them and that actually support them, and that actually become materially very important for the support of this artist. So I think that is definitely one silver lining that I see, that this can be less centralized, and that we can have many micro communities of musicians, artists, people supporting each other, and from there try to find points of connection where these communities can also work together in a way that doesn't have to rely on just getting in the flow of being in that big monolithic, let's say, music industries. So that's one side that I like to keep reminding myself. And actually, it's a nice example. One of the people I interviewed, Bonnie Jones, she has a music cooperative in the US. It's called Catalytic Soundstream, and they created their own music streaming service for experimental music. And it's all, they publish the records from the cooperative, is 50 musicians involved. And you can subscribe, you can pay a monthly fee and get this type of music. And you're also directly supporting the artist, but you're also directly supporting that community, which is in itself, functioning as a decentralized and very, let's say, idealistic entity, which I think it's a very good example of how you can shift that around a little bit.
Nice. I think since we're running a little short on time, we'll ask the audience to ask their questions to the two of you at the bar here. And Emile, well, they're going to have to send them to you virtually. So because we have to come back at 4:30 for the final panel of the day. But just join me in thanking our speakers for this panel. So we'll be back here at 4:30. Enjoy your short break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to our final panel, Fragmented Collectivity, here at the Fiber Festival. So what can we do to enhance new forms of working together and decentralized ways of working in this capitalist / post-capitalist hellscape? What can we do with it together? What kind of new models, actually new models, can we cook up? Or just take the best of the past and put a new jacket on it and call it new, which is more often what happens. So I have two guests with me today to discuss these topics and more. And we have one here on the comfy couch and one in remote virtual space. And we're going to start with our in-person guest. I'll let you introduce yourself, Wassim, but you're going to go up and present from the podium, right? All right, so join me, everyone, in welcoming Wassim Alsindi.
Oh, I don't need this one.
No, don't take that with you. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Nice to be here. Yeah, thanks for staying to the end. It's a great honor to be doing the closing set at Fiber Festival. However, it's not as rhythmically as enchanting as I might have made it in my past. So, I'm going to give you kind of a show and tell kind of artist talk about some of the things I've been engaged in over the last, I guess, 5 to 10 years, primarily around the social and technical formations and systems that together we call cryptocurrencies, blockchain technology, Web3. So, yeah, I just wanted to give you a brief kind of bit of context. So my journey as a scholar started actually just down the road about 20 years ago. On the top left is a picture of the Sterrenwacht in Leiden, where I did my master's in experimental astrophysics. I did a PhD in chemistry, mostly engaged with the manipulation of light. We call that photophysics in English. And parallel to that, I had a kind of artistic practice, mostly in music and sonic arts. And that was a hobby since childhood. And after my PhD, kind of got out of hand. We started a record label and we went around Europe touring that. I used to create a festival not so dissimilar to Fiber called Norberg Festivalen in the Swedish countryside. And the picture on the top center column is the remarkable building we have there called the Mimelaven. It's a disused iron ore mine with a 7-second reverb. So you can imagine what kinds of sounds you can hear reverberating through there. I took a few interesting art projects on the road. The one in the middle is called Felix's Machines, and that's kind of a MIDI playable musical robot ensemble. Took that to places like the Tate Modern Turbine Hall, Pompidou, and so on. And so it's in the action of like touring around various music projects that I accidentally discovered cryptocurrencies about 10 years ago. So we were in the west coast of the United States, and a friend said, let's go visit my buddy in Silicon Valley who's doing an internship at Intel. So we went to this friend's shoebox in Santa Clara. They opened their closet door and said, check this out, I'm doing this thing called mining Bitcoin. And so that was my introduction to it about 10 years ago. This person was not that enamored with the technology back then. The power prices in California meant that this person was losing a lot of money doing this mining thing. And even though they kind of bootstrapped this mining machine out of graphics cards they found in the stationery cupboard at Intel, they were still pretty downbeat about it. But I saw something in it that he didn't see, which led me kind of down a rabbit hole, I guess the end of which is me standing here before you today. And I saw potential for emancipatory and liberatory praxis in these technologies, that we could take power away, the anarchist dream, we could take power away from corporations, governments, return them to the dispossessed, the individual. And I guess one of the themes I would like us to explore today, certainly one of the enduring themes of my research, is what was promised, or what we saw as the potential in these technologies, and what we've got after almost 15 years of blockchain technology, Web3, and all the rest of it. So anyway, I found these things in 2013. I was skeptical at first, and then gradually joined these communities, or like at least kind of operated adjacently to them, started writing papers, running nodes, doing data science on things. I was basically doing blockchain detective work, mixing epistemology and data science, thinking I was doing computer science and sending papers to computer science conferences and journals, which they didn't really seem to appreciate very much. There wasn't such an interdisciplinary culture back in those days, 2017, 18, 19, when I was doing those research projects. And so, yeah, all of that to say is I've been in this space for a very long time, and one goes through, you know, evolutions of, how can you say, our moral compasses, our priorities. The technologies themselves also evolve, mature, change. The communities around them also change. So there's this meme of the Bitcoin horseshoe on the screen. And that was me in 2013 to 18, the little pipsqueak in the bottom corner, being really earnest and wholesome and thinking we could use these technologies to fix everything. And something changed in me in the intervening period. I tried to look at these technologies in terms of costs and benefits rather than in terms of moral arguments. Because ultimately a moral argument is just like, that's just my opinion. I'm not going to persuade you with a moral argument. I would rather use something a little bit closer to an objective lens, if such a thing is even possible. And the closest I found in this space is to look at costs and benefits of these technologies. So something like Bitcoin in particular, there are a great deal of costs, primarily in terms of like energy and material waste to do with this thing we call Bitcoin mining, hashing. And so the costs keep increasing on this thing, but the benefits don't seem to accrue quite as much. And we can think of the benefits in terms of some of these words that are quite well espoused and worn in the history of these technologies. Things like censorship resistance, immutability, and kind of sovereign ownership over assets. And so the thing that spoke to me as I have a diaspora background. My parents are from Iraq. They had to leave due to political problems. And in the process of leaving their lives, they had to leave everything behind because they couldn't take things across borders. So they arrived in the UK with nothing in the late 70s. And so I guess when I found Bitcoin, I identified it pretty soon after as the money that the bad people can't take away from you. And so that was the kind of the spark in my mind, at least initially. And so, yeah, parallel to this, I was an independent researcher, writing papers, going around giving talks at conferences, a bit like this, looking for an academic position, and I completely failed in the UK and Europe. But then I got a stroke of luck, and I ended up at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at the Media Lab to found their cryptocurrency journal, which is called Crypto Economic Systems. So I was there in 2019 and 2020, trying to be this kind of interdisciplinary connector between the various academic disciplines that we were trying to bring together, fuse together into a new scholarly field. You know, things as disparate as mathematics and policy, and economics and computer science, philosophy. And so that was a really character building experience. And I think it set me up well in the current capacity I seem to occupy as an interdisciplinary researcher and communicator. So these days I edit a different journal at the MIT Media Lab. It's called the Computational Law Report. Now, I have no background in the law, so this is very strange that I'm the editor there. But I suppose having 10 years of, I guess, bystander experience in these technologies, how they're governed, how they're steered by their stakeholders, shows a path forwards for one of the possible futures of computational law. So I suppose that's why I'm there. And I couldn't help so I write a column there, and this is an excerpt from the latest issue, which is about to come out. And I couldn't help myself but put this Pepe meme in there. But it does come accompanied with a decolonial note, because I know Pepe is a sensitive subject, especially in the West. So I implore you to decolonize your idea of Pepe, and I'll try and help you with the picture on the screen. So, yeah, I guess time passed, market cycles waxed and waned and then waxed again, and we found ourselves in a cryptomania around the time of the pandemic, 2020, 2021, and even a little bit into 2022. So I started writing quite a lot around some of these very kind of emerging sensations, in particular around digital art, the NFT kind of explosion that we saw over the pandemic, in various kind of art and philosophy related outlets. I also have a practice around the philosophy of time, specifically with regard to these machinic systems and the way that they produce, architect, distribute time, and we'll hopefully get on to that a bit later. I have a kind of practice, emerging practice in writing fiction, so narrative fiction, and this is just a small advert for a course that's coming up at the Parrott Institution New Centre, which starts really soon, actually. And this is about, it's a course on how to write these kinds of experimental, philosophy-driven, fictional forms of literature. And the other people that are teaching on this course are far more qualified than I. So people like Reza Negristani, Hugh Lemmy, Kate Eliado McDowell, and many others. Okay, I want to say something about the 0x Salon, which is an organization that we started in Berlin a few years ago. And you can essentially think of it as a post-disciplinary discussion club. Around that, a community formed, and we started writing together, making art together, trying to do things in different ways. So this is me kind of pushing a bit further than what was possible at the MIT Media Lab. So it's been a really fun experiment. So here's just a sample of some of the things we talk about. I would say it's mostly around tensions and paradoxes in digital culture. And most of the topics are not Web3 explicit or blockchain explicit. But the nice thing, in my opinion, one of the nice things about blockchains is even if you think they're useless, and they might be, apart from some certain use cases, they can at least provide us with ways to build little toy models of the universe. And we can test out economic, technical, architectural, and political theories in these little Petri dishes, in these Lego universes. So, yeah, we also started writing poetry, I guess, like, how to describe it? Very experimental poetry from machinic perspectives. And there's a collective called the Cryptographic Poetics Researchers Union. All these texts are on the 0x Salon website if you care to check them out. We started making art. This is a game, card game we made for Discourse. That is, we're just finishing the development of this. It's been in the pipeline for a while. It's kind of like a role-play game where you have a facilitated conversation about a nuanced topic through the eyes of others. We made a radio play about like a satire of technology governance, of AIs and DAOs and stuff, an improvised radio play in 2021. That was fun, Swan Fake. And these days, the current research program is around a theme which we call profit motives, P-R-O-P-H-E-T. And so obviously we know about profit motives as capital drives the desire for surplus. But this kind of semantic move is trying to lay bare the latent connections between technology, capital, and spirituality. So yeah, I will just skip over. And I want to say something about Bitcoin, which is, I think, forming really the core of my research still these days. And I see Bitcoin as an inhuman monetary system, especially this kind of this machinic, energy-intensive process of reaching consensus without leaders or intermediaries that we call proof of work, also known as Bitcoin mining. And the Bitcoin network has a very low degree of sensitivity to its environment. It's almost nothing. It's almost insensate. Apart from every 2 weeks, there's a recalibration which takes place, which changes the probability of one of these proofs of work, one of these cycles of computation, to find a Bitcoin block. It's a bit like a lottery, but the tickets are bought by burning energy, and a lot of energy is being burned. I'm sure most of you have heard about that. So we were trying to find ways to set about writing philosophical and creative provocations around this ecological problem, as we saw it with Bitcoin. And so one of the lenses we've been using is, and this is a kind of corrupted Valentine's Day poem, so don't take it too seriously, but one of the lenses we've been taking is through it's very easy to see the different cryptocurrency communities as tribes, possibly even cults, and possibly even aspiring to be religions. And so that is one of the kind of latest areas of provocation that we're involved in. But the Bitcoin community is so grotesque and caricaturish that they satirize themselves. So 4 years ago, there was a Bitcoin conference in Malta, which I applied to speak at, but I was declined. It's probably for the best, because these days I compare the Bitcoin community to the Crusaders, the Knights Templar, and so on. And so in Malta in 2019, they dressed themselves up as the Knights Templar. So I almost feel like I don't need to push too hard for this connection to be made. Anyway, I wonder if we could just think about the reasons why we might be seeing this kind of this scorched earth kind of imaginary in these networks. And there's a concept which I think is very instructive, which comes from Kara Daggett, which is called petromasculinity. I'm just going to read you this little excerpt. As the planet warms, new authoritarian movements in the West are embracing a toxic combination of climate denial, racism, and misogyny. Petromasculinity appreciates the historic role of fossil fuel systems in buttressing white patriarchal rule, as anxieties aroused by the Anthropocene augment desires for authoritarianism. Petromasculinity suggests that fossil fuels mean more than profit. They contribute to making identities. Through a psychopolitical reading of authoritarianism, fossil fuel use can function as a violent reactionary practice. I think we see elements of, I live in Germany, we see elements of this now in the return to coal in Germany. Like Germany, I think, gets 30% of its power from coal now. It's increasing. It's interesting. So yes, I will just, in the interest of time, say something about, yes, I just want to get to the kind of the elephant in the room with Bitcoin, which is the fact that it is the elephant in the room. So here's a meme: financial growth, exponential financial growth, growth on a planet with finite resources. And the bottom corner is from a computer game called Universal Paperclips, which I guess some of you might know. In this game, you're just a humble paperclip manufacturer. You've got strings of wire, and you click a button to make paperclips. And this thing escalates. You get tools. And at the end, you're a hyperdimensional AI stripping all of the material in the universe to make paperclips. So this is an example of algorithmic optimization run amok, out of control. And I would contend that Bitcoin it really has a lot of parallels and analogs to this. So we have this concept in Bitcoin of the hash rate, and that is a kind of a proxy for the amount of energy going in to defend the network. And you can see the graph up there. That is mostly going up. It seems to fluctuate a bit when there's certain kind of climatic conditions changing the price of energy in different places. And it falls when a country throws the miners out and they have to move somewhere else. But this thing is mostly going up. And there are like huge e-waste, heat, flooding, pollution externalities, as well as the energy itself. So yeah, we had an artistic program under the Starts Repairing the Present residencies last year, based in Copenhagen, where we wrote a play, fictional literary work, about the past, present, and possible futures of Bitcoin. Yeah, so we also made a web-based game, like a choose-your-own-adventure game, where you're the humans, you have to work out what to do about the elephant in the room. And I wanted to introduce to you a character from that, might kind of, seed the imagination. So we all know about the anthropomorphized Microsoft Office paperclip, Clippy. What about an anthropomorphized Bitcoin mining machine called Hashi? Well, it's a key character in the play, in the game that we made, and we treat it as like a virtual influencer, an avatar, a talisman from the future that's being used by the corporate interests that want to keep the mining going at the expense of the planetary environment. And they do this in the most insidious way. I mean, we did this, but we imagined that they would do this in the most insidious way, which is by creating a cute character to gaslight and psyop public. Anyway, change of gears. I also like to think of blockchains as time machines, and that sounds like a bit of a kind of woo-woo idea, but it's a research area that has borne quite a lot of fruit in the last few years. So we have all of these conceptions of temperance, temporality, of time management in our world. You could say that time rules everything around us. At first, it was to regulate the prayers of monks and the sacred dates in the calendar. Then it became a tool of capital productivity, imperial power, and now in this kind of machinic age, the access or the kind of rapidity, the latency of your access to a financial network can determine whether you're the predator or the prey. And you can see examples of this in high-frequency trading, where companies would buy up very small pieces of real estate very close to the Chicago Commodities Exchange to shave off milliseconds relative to their competitors and literally front-run them in the queue. We also see things like that in Bitcoin and the blockchain space as well, by the way. But these images of time that we have, they moved from temperance, pouring water from one jug to another, to hourglasses. And then in Heinrich Susso's Wisdom of the Clock, we now have temperance with a mechanical clock. So I would contend that as the technology paradigms change, our conceptions and our kind of ideals of time itself and time production also evolve. And just a quick side note, that's a picture from my PhD where I realized recently we were building transcendental time machines 20 years ago. This is an ultra-fast laser thing in a national lab in the UK. So there's a very important text from the accelerationist canon by Anna Greenspan, it's her PhD thesis, called Capitalism's Transcendental Time Machine, which set up the millennium that we're now in as and Y2K, which was the threshold of that, as the dawn of a new, the descendants of machinic forms of time. And that book was published in 2000, as a PhD thesis was published in 2000. And we revisited the text as it came out as a book to kind of draw a line from the historical notions of time production, capture, and value extraction through to the present, because we see Bitcoin as a decentralized clock as well. And the price we pay for Bitcoin's decentralized clock is the energy consumption, very directly in a real sense. Okay, I'll skip that a bit. And I think it's also like looping back to some of the themes we've had through the festival and the symposium. We should also remember that who says what time it is matters, because very often it is one party imposing their notion of a temporality on others. So there's many such examples of this. I won't go into them too much. Here's a picture of the largest clock tower in the world. It's in Mecca, in Saudi Arabia right now. So the idea of the clock as the kind of monolithic arbiter of control, of centralization, seems to linger in our architectural imaginaries, if not our social ones as well. Okay, we'll move on. That's Hashi. Okay, I mean, that's actually the end of my comments. So, yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are you going to join me on the couch? Yeah. Okay, great. Well, we're going to move on to our next speaker, and then we'll save all the chatting together for the end. And our next speaker is online. So Alice Yuan Zhang, are you there, Alice?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi, fantastic. The floor is yours.
Hi, folks. I am currently in Los Angeles, and it is a gloomy day. It's not the usual sun, and yeah, Sunday morning over here, and really happy to be joining you remotely. So Wassim and I have worked together last year. I was really grateful to take part in the Zero Epsilon residency in the spring in Berlin. And some of this work that I'll speak about today took its roots from that time. And so grateful to you, and also in particular really appreciate your guidance on and expertise on what's going on with the blockchain space, but also this sort of collective imagining around time in particular, which I'll talk more about. Yeah, and all of the various aspects through this deck. So I've been thinking about this idea of the space between the bit sphere and biosphere, and this is coming from someone who I really respect, this experimental physicist, metallurgist Ursula M. Franklin, who wrote the struggle to understand and steer the interaction between the bit sphere and biosphere is the struggle for community in the broadest ecological context, and that inquiry has been guiding a lot of my work over the last years. I should also say that, I'm a media artist. I am a cultural organizer of sorts, really interested in the narratives that drive our collective decision-making, our sense of community, and our roles in the world. And I'm also an educator. I write sometimes, and more recently have been just very interested in this topic of technological infrastructure and collective autonomy, what that looks like. So I started off in 2021 making a project that had to do a bit with decentralization. And it's called Open Garden, and it's a durational performance that is hosted through a peer-to-peer protocol called Hyper. And it was hosted on this Beaker browser. And so every week I would invite folks to remotely contribute instructions, and I would actually try to carry them out in a local plot of soil where I live right here in LA. And there was a solar powered camera, and part of the aspect of this project is so that folks are also invited, these visitors on the browser to seed the website, which means that you also locally carry a copy of the website, and collectively, if at any time any of our machines who do have a copy of the website are online, then we can serve it to a new visitor. And this is interesting as just a sandbox, soil box for experimenting with these inquiries that I and other folks may have had around, what does it mean to decentralize? And that may sound nice, but like, how does it work in practice and in what context? And in this particular project, I found it really funny that ultimately it became a meditation on like my labor and my subjective, embodied sensing with that plot of soil, which may not be able to really translate online. And I think in hindsight, I was a bit surprised that folks were very, eager to just provide instructions for the garden, and there were not as many questions about like, but what are the conditions like? Is it ready for worms? Is it ready for like certain kinds of seeds? What have you tried before? But yeah, so that's just a container to start off our conversation. And then, in the next year, earlier 2022, I came over to Berlin to learn more about, at the beginning, it was like interested in digital governance and what that means. And then also, steeping more into the Web3 possibilities. And then, talking a bit more with Wassim and doing some of my own research, and then ending up with like some sort of rage sketch about, what is going on in the stack and what are the various layers of extraction, abstraction, extraction through abstraction, like across the board, from like promises of net zero to, Exxon actually writing off cryptocurrency, like the flaring that they're doing toward cryptocurrency kind of mining activities, and from that to like thinking about proof of work and just all of that energy that takes, but as well as like getting more interested in, because as a media artist, I use some of these tools and then just recognizing the house of cards that they're built on, and what our internet at large has depended on. It didn't start with blockchain technologies, these energy concerns, right? And as we know now from like 2018, 2019 research, the internet carbon emissions are set to surpass that of the airline industry, which I find quite ironic. And then also it brought up a lot of grief for me, this experimentation. As you can see on the bottom of that chart, there's thinking about, fossil fuels and carboniferous ghosts and what does not decompose. And so tracing, our tendencies of obsolescence, of neglecting waste and prioritizing novelty. I quickly realized that this conversation, again, of energy concerns and material, fates of what makes up the internet as is, extends beyond our concerns of Web3 and is really a deeper rooted issue that is also connected with other societal issues, such as, the way that we take care of elderly folks or don't, right? And the way that a lot of illnesses or disabilities, aging, et cetera, is swept under the rug in Western society and kind of neoliberal societal structures at large. And so this brings me to, in addition to our conversation today, of temporal politics. And, it's a way of looking for other frameworks beyond the techno-accelerationist tendencies toward linear progress, toward novelty, as we mentioned. And we know that the Earth operates not on a longer timescale than an agile sprint, but in a way a cyclical one altogether. The world has always changed, our ecosystems have always changed and continue to change. And as they tend toward more hostile ways, it is really due time to recalibrate our understanding of what is needed for an ongoing renewal of, you know, not just our ideas and our cycles of products, but a renewal of the ecosystemic body altogether, and our bodies as part of that body, and technology as, you know, various ways of, as Ursula, the other amazing Ursula Le Guin, you know, it defines it, technology as the active human interface with the material world. Here's just an excerpt from our Zero Excellence zine that I had written as part of describing why grief I find is an interesting facilitator of reflection, of actionability. Under the grasp of techno-capitalism, the only sensible task may be to unworld, to decompose systems of sterility into a vital mess. As Tikan asserts in the cybernetic hypothesis, we fight opacity with opacity. And what better subversion than the spacious, illegible, relational affordances of grief? And so I'm interested in, you know, the flows between things, what is able to transform, like between, you know, what is deemed no longer useful and what is yet to come. And, you know, and also what constitutes media across all of that. So it may mean blockchain, but it may mean water and conversations and bonfires and streets and shipping trucks and lines. And so I began to host a series of technological grief rituals as a way to kind of open up this conversation. As I mentioned, you know, I'm an educator of sorts, and really like to have these spaces for collective reflection and kind of learn and research in that open way. And so I began to host these, and then I started to make an apparatus for the grief rituals. I should also mention that this background is of the Carboniferous era from 300 million years ago. This is when our fossil fuels, you know, used to be above ground as these carbon-rich trees and creatures, and they've since sedimented, you know, over a long span of time into the ground. And so I think, you know, to approach grief and grievability in that way, to kind of extend our relationality toward, you know, these lifespans of the material, of the geological realities that we are very much dependent on, is to open up a larger scale of concern. And so, yeah, so, and I also wanted to mention like the fire and the water in this altar. As many altars go, it is customary, but also I think it's interesting to consider that fire is an example of careful technology, right? You have to keep an eye on it, and otherwise a campfire may turn into a wildfire. Likewise, water is a reminder of our material togetherness. It is an honest reservoir of memory. It holds all of our, you know, bodily waste, as well as electronic and other waste, you know, that ultimately it flows into the water, and all of that is information as well, right? The antidepressants that we take, the various minerals that pass through us. Okay, so wanted to talk a bit about baskets and a way of expanding our definition of technology and what we should do with it. So tech hardware, and subsequently the software as well, is designed to serve a handful of operating system updates, only to sediment as e-waste and obsolete products with no prospect of decomposing. In contrast, if we think about the many baskets that have been woven in human civilization, each basket has long decayed many times that it's hard for archaeologists to even date when the first basket was ever made. Meanwhile, we retain this practice of weaving a basket, and we carry it out across present-day cultures and the materials that we have around us, including even telephone wires. And so in this question of usefulness, we may consider like usefulness to whom, right? A basket may temporarily emerge into useful form for a particular set of humans, but when it is no longer useful, it has the ability, it retains the ability to shapeshift, to serve other usefulnesses across the ecosystem. It may decompose, you know, and serve as food, as compost. and what happens to our technology, and can we carry that sort of design intentionality into our technology? And here I also invoke, in context of information networks, social scientist and cybernetician Gregory Bateson, who looks for the possibility of homeostasis in the interplay between technologies. So thinking about, all of these objects, so we can consider a basket to be technology, we can consider like various hardware servers, mining rigs as technology as well, but they are not necessarily just, we can look at them through the lens of objects, but rather as switches. So as switches for facilitating changeability, what else is possible, what other set of decision-making actions. And then I started to think more about the stack, of course, and I think currently this is approximately a framework that we may have in mind as we think about what community means, and as facilitated by the internet. So, things start from the internet. We have like our backbone layer, and then it goes from like physical all the way up to the application layer. That's where a lot of us are interfacing with the internet and with each other. And we are all, termed as users, and then maybe like some subset of those users make up a community. And it's this network sort of relations in our current ecosystem of the global village. And I've been interested in this aspect of things too. I think, since the beginning of the pandemic, I had been running an organization, like a remote creative collective called Virtual Care Lab. And one of the projects that we did is this open residency, which we kind of inadvertently titled Terms That Serve Us. And so that was, due to the state of the allowances of the pandemic, it was really important for us to find each other online but also to recognize like, we may not have all of the healthy spaces and ways that we do want to interact online. And so how can we creatively misuse certain platforms and also look for open source or other alternatives, small scale alternatives, and hand-woven code as well, and kind of practicing like making new tools with each other. But also a lot of it was the social layer of like, how do we make decisions together? What does good really feel like? What are other analogies of spaces and of community making that makes sense to us that we already know? And how do we bring that as a culture, as an intention into how we find each other? And, these days, since getting deeper into the material aspects of technology, what makes up the internet, and also just recognizing that, we're also starting to build more sensors and more like environmental media trackers and tools, and it's a lot messier than just a human aspect of the internet, like the way that we interface with it and with each other, and also just recognizing that's a subset of humans to begin with, right? And not everyone has access to internet, and maybe not everyone wants access to the particular internet that we have right now. And so this is another, and I made these sketches last night, so they're figurative. So just thinking about like, what is community, like how else can we kind of think about these pods, and why do we need community, right? And tending toward this idea of like networked solidarity, perhaps community is actionability, and the internet is this mediator of information, this kind of connector, and maybe there are many kinds of internets, many ways of understanding that. And this also involves more than humans, and just us decentering people, but kind of understanding that the internet is already made up of various biological, ecological, geological entities, and what might be perhaps a more animist way to think about this. Hopefully I have a few more minutes. There's a couple more things I would like to share with you on this topic. And so, last winter, I spent some time with an organization called Janastu in a village outside of Tumkur in the state of Karnataka in India. And one thing that I've been saying is that emerging technology does not necessarily come from the global north and doesn't need to. And actually what is going on, if we kind of shift our lens of what is successful or what is good or what is kind of advanced, let's say, or, toward more of what do we really need? And what are the relations, community aspects we want to cultivate more of? I do feel that in many ways across underserved areas, historically underserved areas, and especially across the global south, there's been a lot more of the experimentation that is not getting, the fanfare that it deserves in the global north. So there are various communities that are experimenting outside of this dichotomy I mentioned earlier of like user and technologist who's kind of programming behind a black box, and the rest of us just takes those products, but kind of like experimenting outside of the dichotomy of consumer and producer. And so the decentralization here happens as the decentralization of knowledge, of technological design, of actionability at the local level that actually is situated in existing social fabric. So, as we consider, for example, mesh networks and building out internet infrastructure in areas that may not have had it, or like internet service providers have just deemed it unprofitable and not interesting for their corporate interests, then actually there are many ways that folks have been building like local patches of the internet, or as a friend from this community mentioned, it's kind of like more of a quilted internet based on community needs and affordances that they are very aware of at that level in a social and lived way. And so here you see Janastu with the support of Association for Progressive Communication, building a bamboo cell tower that is also powered with a solar panel on the side. And this tower is usually cell towers are the most expensive parts of erecting Wi-Fi infrastructure, but this bamboo and the skill to be able to pull it together into this tower is all local. And the labor as well that came into this effort was collective. It was from the village, who also have a very real stake in wanting to access some aspects of the internet through this tower as it goes up. So, what happens is at that level, everyone can socially decide like how to allocate usage and, what to do about the kids that are trying to be on video games all the time. And like, how do we want to collectively like maintain an internet that is healthy for us, that really is in service of what we need? How do we set boundaries together, keep data flows local, and co-create this experience of connectivity? But again, there's no purity here, and we had a lot of conversations about, okay, but where does the solar panel come from? And we were using this Libra mesh router, which abides by intentions of open hardware, but of course there are certain aspects of that hardware, transistors and so on, that involve geopolitics, right? That are concentrated in their production in certain areas of the world. So it is very much still entangled in these supply chain realities. And then, I was also thinking this is another story about, I think it's very important at the very least to just collectively upskill and understand more, like bring more curiosity into the immediate materiality of the internet. And I think mesh networks are another way to do this. And so last year, while I was in Berlin still, I was also learning a bit more from Freifunk. I was living in a place where we were thinking about putting up a node as part of the Freifunk mesh network there, and they had come to check out our roof, and then we were looking like trying to make a line of sight with some of the other tall points around the city, and they were mentioning like right now it's winter, so the signal might be good, but you have to notice that you have these trees here, and when the trees start to grow in the spring and the summer, they're going to obstruct the signal. The water is going to be lessen the signal and kind of introduce more intermittency. And so I think that like that aspect of seasonality, like the very physicality of it, we don't usually, come to terms with when we are just set up with access in a way that we're not personally taking stake in, and but meanwhile, despite our best intentions, in designing these networks for frictionlessness, it is these intermittencies at the physical level that I find really interesting for learning, and for understanding perhaps what else is possible, and also what our responsibilities are. I'm also teaching a class this spring called Solidarity Infrastructures with the School for Poetic Computation, where, as a class, with our various participants of different backgrounds, we are collectively looking at what is going on with the internet in our corners of the world, what else is possible, kind of learning to host our own servers, and even some of the class material is hosted on an Intel NUC that we found on Craigslist. And and I think it's interesting to practice this sort of grassroots agency together while also recognizing that there's policy change, more systemic kind of supply chain level change that needs to happen as well. Maybe lastly, I'll leave you with this slide. So this is another project that I had worked on last year. It's called Anatomy of an Intergenerational Router, and it's a 3D scan of my body. It's an audio-visual experience. So if you go to router.lsyuanzhang.com, you can visit and you can see me there, but you can also tune into these various signals that are situated across acupuncture points in my body. And I think it's necessary to recognize our cultural subjectivities, and again, to practice this aspect of cyclical time and understanding like what we need from our networks, by leaving space for what we already know, what we already are connected with, and looking at again various definitions of technologies, of switches, as Gregory Bateson says, including our very bodies that are not necessarily individuals, but are connected intergenerationally, are connected ecologically, as you see. Like I've also brought in roots at the bottom of my body to recognize that as well, and there's some cables coming out of it too, that we are part of this larger material assemblage, and there's information flows already happening through that. And how do we situate in our, in intentions of healing and of connectivity, and and through that practice, bring more autonomy into our day-to-day decision-making, and imagination about the internet, about Web3, and what else is to come. And here's a page of the various fragments of research that I had been up to over the last year. By now it's a little bit outdated, but it's called Becoming Infrastructure. And if you're curious, you can reach out to me, and you can also check out that page for more. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alice. All right, so now I'm here with Alice and Wassim, and it's your lucky day, guys, because your moderator also happens to be a blockchain expert. Lucky, unlucky, I don't know. Expert is a dirty word these days.
They told me there's no blockchain experts.
Yeah, no, true. I'm just lying through my teeth like usual. Well, thank you for these great presentations and an enormous amount of food for thought, not just about technology in general, but also specifically some questions around community and how we relate to each other. I wonder if we could start by going at it through that angle rather than the technological angle. So thinking about how we behave together. For example, Wassim, in your presentation, you talked a lot about the negative aspects of Bitcoin mining, and you're making fun of it with Hashi, your mascot, or your Clippy, your version of Clippy. And you're using humor and different media like radio plays, theater plays, as a way of kind of exercising these ghosts around the excessive waste of Bitcoin mining. Are you using this as a way of social change, of trying to get people to see their ways? You called yourself at lunch an ex-Bitcoin maxi.
De-radicalized.
Yeah, de-radicalized. Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the other side. Are these effective nudges for behavioral change, do you think?
I mean, the jury's out on how effective they are, and indeed what art's role is in like engendering true, like, direct change, as opposed to activism, or that's a debate we can also have. But what I would say is the reason that we've adopted philosophical and artistic discourse, satire, and these kinds of let's say irreverent provocations, is because we lack explicit mechanisms to steer the network and indeed the community that they're not built into the system. There's almost nothing in terms of social infrastructure. The idea is people that want to participate in the network download some software, they become a node in the network, and then they participate by sending messages, which are the transactions. That's about it. So instead of any kind of de facto authorities, and that's kind of the design, that's the point, the feature of Bitcoin is there is no gods, no rulers, just rules, just this protocol. But then what we've seen over the last 14 or so years is that there are a whole bunch of people that have appeared and they've put on crowns and capes and, like Armani suits and all the rest of it, and nobody asked them to do it. So in the absence of like explicit rulemaking and decision-making infrastructure apparatus, we've ended up with this kind of emergent, implicit power dynamics and the hierarchies. The developers, the people that understand Bitcoin well enough, it's an extremely complicated system, as I'm sure you can all imagine. So the developers are treated as kind of pseudo gods, as deities by the participants in these networks. And even outside Bitcoin, when there's when the coin is falling on the market, you'll see people on Twitter saying, "Can't the devs do something?" I mean, like, I'm not sure what they expect, but there's a projection of agency and adequacy and accountability when there's no explicit mechanisms in place. And for that reason, and because of this kind of conservative ideology that seems to be embedded inside the DNA of Bitcoin, I actually see discourse as the only tool we have. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think also, can't the devs do something is really funny. But it's a bitter laughter because, of course, it's no, they can't do anything. And we talk, or we, I shouldn't say we, but the community perhaps. I was really interested in the fact that the community spoke of trustlessness, which is a really odd term when you think about it. And that as being kind of a virtuous thing and enabling a more sophisticated kind of interaction.
Got a great Vox, or like a snippet from a person I used to work with at the MIT Media Lab. So I used to work at the Bitcoin research group there. And this person is like a very well-known computer scientist, developed many of the major architectural improvements for Bitcoin, such as Lightning. He's the co-founder of the co-inventor of the Poon-Dreijer Lightning Network channel construction. So the Lightning is a kind of an off-chain meta network built on top of Bitcoin. The idea a bit like a bar tab, where you could do a whole bunch of transactions and then settle in at the end in order to reduce the reliance on the expensive and limited real estate of the blockchain. So anyway, this person says Bitcoin is the currency of enemies. The idea being that you can trust the infrastructure, so you don't have to trust anyone else. So it's kind of like this dark forest mindset where everyone is out to get you, everyone is an adversary. Can you imagine what kind of community you form with that at the base layer of it?
Yeah, I mean, and Alice, I really loved your that diagram where at the top it was like emotional labor and like the idea of the cloud and all of these kinds of negative things mixed in with kind of positive things. And I think that's the conundrum of what this technology has surfaced for us is not just it's just human nature, like we have bad mixed with good. We have the idea of trustlessness, and we're saying this is fantastic. However, of course, it's about we have faith in the technology, not in people, which is utterly bleak. and dire. I mean, Alice, do you want to talk maybe a little bit about how in your practice you showed quite a number of different examples of works that are trying to surface some of these emotions and some of these, I think, different aspects of the human within the technology, if you will?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this notion of what you mentioned, like the speculation that comes with DAOs and the tokens, and it goes into it feels like we're using community as asset, right? And it could at best help with some fundraising that is much needed in the economic landscape that we're in, but at the same time, it's very difficult to to maintain the heart that really brings us together, and to not kind of get distracted with what that is, which is beyond technological determinism, which is beyond what money is able to afford. And then also, I think with what Wassim and I have talked about, we often are looking at a lot of big blown up projects that have the technological infrastructure and that have a lot of capital they've been able to raise, but at the same time, a lack of purpose, and kind of looking for like, okay, what do we do with this? And, and what does that really mean for us? And I think, beyond this community as asset, as this new frontier, the way to kind of bring it back, and I really agree with what Wassim was saying about like artistic discourse and so on. I think in my practice as an avid facilitator, as a kind of, I call myself a host oftentimes with these brief rituals, with performance lectures, these other spaces that I help maintain, it is that reminder of like, we already know what community is. We have been, building relationships with each other for a long, long, long time. It is what our very survivability is based on. And and so I think it's a matter of, regardless of, if we're starting with social fabric that is coming from the ground up, and it's our neighbors or it's our locale that we already know folks, or if it's like a community organization that has been long standing, that is looking for ways to to maybe network more solidarity, or to be able to fundraise and so on. Like, I think that's totally fair, but at the same time, or it may be like remote communities of sex workers, or of folks of various cultural backgrounds, interests, who are organizing together through the web in order to get to their intentions. But I think that intention needs to be clear.
Yeah, that seems to refer back a little bit to what Aimée replied earlier to a question, saying that the micro communities that we're forming were kind of a positive sign in terms of things that could be a good emerging from this kind of stuff. But yeah, and indeed that the fact that these technologies, often it comes down to a fundraising mechanism, is kind of another interesting one. I mean, thinking about whether the technology is necessary at all is kind of an interesting question, to sort of take that out and simply look at the ethics of the situation and the intentionality of the situation. I mean, I remember the project of several years ago, the Rolling Jubilee, which was in the US. It was about buying up people's medical debt and then surprising people by them getting a letter in the mail saying, "Congratulations, your debt has been purchased for pennies and canceled," as a sort of fantastic way of using the power, leveraging our current system where debt is an asset, which is perverse.
What I heard about that buying up distressed debt on discounts is that if the people selling it to you know that you're going to forgive it, they won't sell it to you. There was an example of a church buying $12 million of debt recently for, I think it was like less than $100,000, and they burnt the certificates in a ceremony in the church. So again, coming back to this like contanglement between capital and financial technology and spirituality. But yeah, it's really all about communities. We seem to, every time a new technology paradigm arrives, there's at least a subset of people that are ready to throw out all of the social connections, the soft capital that we form between ourselves, the truly worthless, priceless aspects of these socio-technical assemblages that we are enmeshed in our present day. People are ready to throw that out right away every time a new infrastructure, technical infrastructure comes along. And it turns out after we do the experiments, the social problems were the ones that technology can't address all of those. We can't fix all of those. I mean, are they really problems, or are they just like, is that just facets of our nature?
I mean, as a ex-Bitcoin person, and you showed that graph of the graph going up and mining only going up, how can we deal with this problem? I mean, Ethereum dealt with their problem by switching to proof of stake. So all of a sudden, this whole world of transactions on the Ethereum blockchain became kind of clean again. So it was they had to carry that guilt for a while in terms of, you know, oh, we're using this dirty system, and people, again, human nature coming into play. They tried to justify, well, it's not that bad, you know, doing the calculations and the measuring to try to say, oh, yeah, compared to your trip to, you know, your holiday in Greece, it's not that bad, you know, whatever. But then, okay, it became clean, and then everyone relaxed. Whew, but Bitcoin doesn't have that, and yet the number goes up.
That number keeps going up.
Yeah, and how do they sleep at night, or how can we how can we ensure that this gets somehow yeah, how do we do it? Is it like a kind of social pressure that needs to be exerted, or regulated out of existence? What's the kind of, I mean, I hate to suggest that, yeah, we could.
I mean, it's all on the table, right? Yeah, so I first would say that there's an epistemic problem at the heart of all of this, which is the act of measuring, you know, metricizing, and capturing the fullness of the implications, consequences, externalities of a technology on the wider world. And obviously that's extremely difficult to do beyond like a first order, like the e-waste or the energy that's coming out of the grid that we can measure and we can capture. There's a lot of soft or like harder to capture ideas. And this is nothing new. We talk about this with reference to burning fossil fuels. I mean, the idea is that across Europe, 6 figures of people for their lifetimes are truncated every year through air pollution directly from the burning of fossil fuels. And so some of these things are very hard to capture. So already from that beginning point, it's already quite difficult. And the thing is, like, if you have people that are economically motivated by the tokens in their pockets and somewhat ideologically driven, very hard to reason with. And so there's this kind of conservative monetary philosophy that is at the heart of Bitcoin, and it's to do with this resonance with the analogy with gold. So very often we talk about this as a digital metalism philosophy, that they see Bitcoin as a digital gold, and it should be like gold. It should be scarce, it should be expensive, it should be hard to make, and easy to prove its authenticity. And so there's a kind of a very important clique inside the Bitcoin community that's taken this very literally, and they will never change the network, in my opinion. So, like, I don't have a answer for that. What I would say is that clean is a relative word. And so now Ethereum doesn't use energy for proof of work. I guess it's on the same level as something like a big tech. Like, there's still data centers, there's still cooling, there's still huge amounts of machines, communication infrastructure, cables in the sea, all that kind of stuff is still being used by these networks, just not this kind of overt consumption of resources. So it's very hard it's a slippery one to even define. And in my opinion, yeah, it's hard to see how it will change, which is why I revert to discourse and provocation.
Satire, yeah. Something you both discussed was the idea of time, and you know, Alice, you mentioned it as kind of an increment and not a measure, and Wassim, you wrote a whole book about it, I guess.
Forward to a book.
A forward to a book, okay. So how can this idea of time and the power of, again, who calls time, who measures time, is this another way that communities can somehow wrest back a bit of power from the system that we exist in, or is that kind of a naive notion? Probably naive.
Well, I can go for that one. I also have a thought to what Wassim was just speaking on, which is the strange the strange like dispersion of responsibility through a lack of, you know, being able to really see what's where. And there's not one particular place to be able to just absolve the entangled mess that we're in terms of energy and so on. So with, yeah, like Ethereum might be going proof of stake, but at the same time, if we think about what's going on with carbon offsets, like we have Region Networks, for example, who is a Web3 kind of carbon offset project. And we see that one of their biggest clients, their first clients, is Microsoft, right? And Microsoft, as we know, if we keep digging through the back end, they do a lot of AI deals and services for oil and gas companies, industries traditionally. And so if we're talking about like cycles, the cycles are there, and it's just a matter of like looking kind of in between the entities and the clarity that they are putting out between that and kind of really focusing our you know, attention on the relations that may be behind that, and that kind of maintain still the status quo of capitalist systems. And then to the topic of time, I think it gets at this as well, that you know, I think the aspect of time is interesting to me in looking for where things transform. So grief is very much like in between. I think Wassim, we had talked about this, that this like between the endings and the beginnings, and so where that happens to fold that back in. And I think that is a call for responsibility for looking to do maintenance work and to do the repair work, you know, that needs to that is not recognized in the linear arrow toward a particular, like one particular future that is brighter, better, finally fixed. There is no final fixing. It is always going to tend toward this sort of intentionality to trace those relations and to look for the probes where we may be able to introduce healing and remediation.
Do we have anybody in the audience who would like to pose a question or inject into the conversation here? Because I feel like I've been injecting myself into the conversation quite a bit, but that's okay. Another thing, I'll just continue until I know, sorry, I missed somebody. I always miss somebody, but the sharp-eyed volunteers get them. Hello.
Hello, I was a bit hesitant as well, so. Wassim, you mentioned can't the dev do anything? For Bitcoin, that is not an option, but there's different tribes, different systems doing different coins, different DAOs, different stuff out there. I'm horribly fascinated by this idea of returning to the decentral internet after 2 decades of consolidation of mass platforms in terms of technology and in terms of everybody consuming Instagrams and Facebooks instead of what we had before. But is it, sometimes to me it appears as this situation where the new thing is sort of presented as, and now we get these old benefits back, and it won't be as the re-centralized thing we have now. But then there is this tech bro, anarcho-capitalist philosophy behind it that says yes, and then once we've consolidated it to be decentralized in the new thing, they'll shut the trap, or will be re-centralized in a new thing. In terms of those cycles, do you see any chance of breaking that?
Well, we've got some history to draw on, at least, you know, in the blockchain space so far. There've been quite a number of experiments of different ways to do a more kind of involved, direct, or like either kind of stakeholder or delegated forms of decision making and steering in these systems. But the common thread that seems to run through them always is that you always have alongside any explicit power or decision making or governance structures, there's usually also a shadow implicit one, like that might trade on more on social capital, and those are very hard to legislate away with technology. And you make the point that we end up with this kind of a new set of oligarchs or a new set of anointed leaders, the people that found this stuff very early on. And a great example is Bitcoin, where 50% of all the coins that will ever be issued in eternity were issued in the first 4 years of the network. So those people have a great deal at stake in keeping the system the status quo in that particular system. So there's this concept of the Gini coefficient in monetary economics, which is a measure between 0 and 1 of how unequal the money is distributed through various sectors of society. And I regret to inform you that Bitcoin is the fairest distributed of all of them, and it is on a par with the most kleptocratic tin pot dictatorships that were largely a result of colonial mismanagement in the past. So I don't know if I can point to a concrete barometer or metric of progress in these systems, but what I would say is, to end on a hopeful note, is that we can use these systems to experiment with, we can do governance engineering, we can do kind of political engineering with these systems to try different things out, see if we can find ways that are resistant to, let's say, corruption or kleptocracy or other forms of unfairness. And there are some affordances in the technology in terms of its auditability, in terms of its transparency, in terms of the ease of verifying claims using the technology. So if we lean into the affordances and we're mindful of the externalities, then there is still a design space open. I think there are possibilities there. Just the problem I see is once we put a token in this thing and it goes on a market, it becomes all about the token. So then it becomes a speculative object and vehicle, when what we really need are open-ended experiments like Petri dishes rather than capitalist trinkets.
Yeah, you spoke of Petri dishes already, and talking about testing things out or creating toy models of society. I think that's a really interesting thing. Maybe we can talk about that as a kind of closing element in terms of how we, if we are to improve ourselves as a society, if we are to work better together as communities, is this a viable way of testing things out? Do we have any kind of inspiring examples we can think of? I can personally say that I think I was quite interested and inspired in how the art community responded to the challenge of the ecological question of what they were doing with NFTs, and people really grappled with it morally, discussed it at length, and I think that pressure did add did convert some people, for example, into working with the Ethereum blockchain to things like Tezos.
Discourse can move the needle. We've seen it in the narrative shift in Bitcoin a little bit, and we've also seen it in the ecological steps taken in the blockchain art space. So I wonder if we could then loop Alice in on this one in terms of trying to imagine some kind of post-capitalist future. And so we have this concept of universal basic income, the idea that everyone gets some money every week and we didn't have to do anything, be a productive capitalist subject for that. So there is a project called Circles, which is a UBI on an Ethereum-like blockchain. And when Alice came over to Berlin for her residency, we found her a place to stay in a kind of co-living space, which was trialing out the use of circles in a inverted commas circular economy. Alice, would you like to tell us about your guinea pig experience living inside a UBI circular economy?
Yeah, that's where we were trying to figure out the Freifunk network, actually, because we had a rooftop to do that. And the reason why that project didn't ultimately pan out as well as many other seeds of projects that folks had brought into that space is, again, because of social barriers that have nothing to do with the Circles UBI layer of things. We were also trying to use that currency, and to potentially offer various services and to trade with each other in a community context. But, what it really came down to was who owns that building and who is making the overarching decisions for what is possible, what is the kind of perceived ability to participate in decision making versus the actual possibility for making decisions. And so I mean, it was messy, I think, and at the same time, it doesn't necessarily indicate that I think I also on the side learned a lot from the circle's market assemblies, for example, where folks again were, because there was this potential solution or this framework to experiment with, that people were really open to questioning more deeply, like how the supply chain of things work, like how monetary flows are already happening across like small businesses, across our day-to-day processes of livelihood. And and so I think there continues to be a lot of good coming out of that project, and helpful conversations that I've had. But I think also the residency space that was trying to experiment with circles was a little bit on the side of things. And it's human issues, it's conflict transformation, it's how to listen, how to set boundaries, how to set codes of conduct, etc., which I also think there's been a lot of on-chain experiments with, and and could be really interesting. So I appreciate the Petri dish idea.
Alice, are you telling me that we couldn't use technology to overcome our social issues?
I mean, I do think that, various interface designs, various protocol designs do affect us, right? We design technologies and they design us back. And at the same time, having at least Trojan horses or, like these propositions of possible technologies, like they do tend toward potential ontologies, potential ways of relating with each other. So I'm interested in, I appreciate when that happens, and then I'm interested in looking at like the ways that we end up responding to it and what questions are raised in the process, which I do think, so in a way, technology is shifting our thinking of what's possible. And at the same time, I think, we are grounding more in what we already know as well. And, and I think the real work just takes a lot of practice. It takes trust takes time, relationships take time. And, and trustlessness may be a strategy, but it's not the practice, right?
Yes, the human issues at the core of things. Speaking of time and power, I'm going to call time on this panel because I have the power as the moderator, and I'm going to exercise it. But if you would join me in thanking our two panelists here, that would be great. Thank you for your wonderful talks.
Thank you.
I'm now going to excuse you from the stage and invite Jarl Schulp to come up and do a closing wrap-up session. No pressure, Jarl.
Thank you, Michelle.
Just 2 days of really intense conversations to wrap up.
Yes, but it's been wonderful.
Yes. Yeah. So to kind of tie things from today back to the first talk, to Sean's talk, you mentioned Kepler, and that made me think of Copernicus. And Copernicus, of course, came up with his model of the universe, and it was the belief at the time that, of course, the orbits of the planets had to be circular because God wouldn't create something as ugly as elliptical orbits, which I think is really, a nice way to think back on some of the topics we discussed today, that we think of technology as having a kind of logic or perfection or a way of making us better or a way of having us relate better to each other. But we're also hampered by our own beliefs about what is perfection and what is ideal. And that in the end, so I always think of poor Copernicus being forced to draw these circular orbits that he suspected were maybe not right, but he knew he would be persecuted. Anyway, Kepler got away with it later, so it was good for him.
Yeah, what I think is nice and what resurfaced in the whole symposium is, and what we also try to do with the theme of fragments, is like the strive for indeed like categorizing, finding everything, categorizing everything, trying to polish everything into sort of perfection. And we see that that's actually not the world that we live in. And we have created models, we have created depictions of a reality that is way different, and we're waking up to it now. We have been talking about the impact of climate change, we've been talking about the sort of way how machine learning and AI is portraying a world to us, and we're kind of in a moment that we have to rethink how we shape our production of knowledge. And I think that's what we try to do with the symposium also, is to question the ways how we get to knowledge and how we then continue from here and facing the issues and the dire situations that we're in. But I would say, hopefully with also some optimism still and some hope, because I don't want everybody to walk out of this door with a very bad feeling, but like to come with something positive to the table. So with that, I also want to thank you, Michelle, for moderating and steering us through the festival. Thank you very much. Give her a warm applause.
Thank you.
And I would like to thank everybody for our 8th festival edition of Fire Festival. This is absolutely the last thing we're doing, except from the bar. The very last thing. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, the Brakke Grond team, for hosting us. It's been really wonderful to be here in this great venue. I also would like to thank all our partners, our sponsors. Thank you for making this edition happen. And of course, all our speakers, performers, everyone that played music, that performed our locations. We have been almost visiting, I would say, 6 different worlds. I wouldn't say even spaces. They all felt like different planets to step into. From Oedipus.
Thank you, Tim, for your
thank you, Tim.
interpretation. Thank you very much.
And let's see, finally, I would like to thank the team. They've done an amazing effort to put this together. Please give them also a big applause, because they've been making this whole festival happen. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you at the bar, and see you next year.
See you there.